Hello, hello. Hi. And today is the December Hello, hello. Alright. There was just some router issue, I guess. But we're live now, right? Okay. Over. Hello, Nigel. We are going to actually start the work on Transpiler today to JavaScript, because why not? Why not? Let's do that. If I have performance issues, we fix that by actually compiling. And JavaScript is the fastest completion target, obviously, right? To implement, I mean. So we are going to be doing that. Pog.js. Yeah. Also did the finish the thing of stream that we started yesterday. So I have like the reversible iterator working and like all of that. I also moved into the standard library, the syntax for the is, right? If value is pattern from the advent of code. So I think like everything I used is moved. Anyway, doesn't really matter. Let's just start working on this. We were previously in this version of the language trying to transpile to OCaml, but OCaml is annoying language. It is annoying language to write, to compile into, and everything. So we're going to instead do the JavaScript. So let's create Transpiling. Transpiler. We already have Transpiler over here. We have OCaml Transpiler, but this is deleted. I have literally deleted the code. Let's create JavaScript here. Okay, so this is going to be a standalone Dune project library, right? Called cast Transpiler. JavaScript. Will we finally see the difference between const and let in your language? I mean, do you not see it yet? I use const for type, but you also use const for some runtime functions. Well, it's because the function itself is defined at compile time, right? The functions, they are not runtime. The functions are being called at runtime, but you define the functions at compile time. That's the difference, I guess. But for some of these, like, for some of them, it doesn't really matter. The difference is the same as in Rust. In Rust, you also have const fns, and in the latest like versions, they are moving more and more things in the standard library to be const functions instead of just functions, right? Which makes these functions be available at compile time, right? So if something can be available at compile time, it should be available at compile time generally, right? But const is a thing that is basically available both at runtime and compile time. Let is only available at runtime. Yeah. All right, here we go. So what do we do? I think first we need to describe the JavaScript language, like the JavaScript AST. The JavaScript AST. Let's do that. Let's do that. What is a JavaScript AST? What are we going? So instead of generating this string immediately, we're going to generate the AST instead, and then convert that to the string. Right? That's it. So the JavaScript AST. T. I don't know. Let's just say undefined for now. Like, this is the only thing that we can define, right? Is undefined a keyword in JavaScript? I think it is, right? Can I say undefined is one? Wait, what? Okay, I guess that's how it's working in JavaScript. Okay, sure. So this means that it's a keyword, right? I cannot override it with something else. Okay. Right, sure. Let's see the public API. The public API is going to be something like this. We have the value. So we have a function transpile. Would you transpile to a better language? Which is a better target? Okay, before we start, do you think there is a better one? I don't think there is a better one. JavaScript is literally the best thing ever existed. And it works on the web. There is not much alternatives. Transpile. What are we transpiling? That's the question, right? We are transpiling a value. We are transpiling a value into I guess we get a string as a result. That's what we get. So there's going to be a function. Or, I mean, let's call this transpile value specifically. If you transpile to TypeScript, you might be able to find bugs in transpilation easier. Plus formatter and LSP available. I don't think we want to do that. That's a lot more work. It is true, but it's a lot more work at the same time. Let's start with the easy one. We just use this as the runtime target. So it doesn't matter. It's like, why doesn't TypeScript transpile to TypeScript to find bugs? So we have something like this, but maybe what we want is to have have a transpile function, which is like normally, so that we actually execute the code, right? Because this gives us a value as a result, but maybe what I want is just to produce the code that runs something. Nah. Let's keep it just a transpile value, because TypeScript didn't exist when TypeScript was being made. Yeah. Okay. Unused variable value. Okay. So that's just going to be a thing. The values that we transpile. So, like, what is the process of transpilation? Why does this take a value and not like the code or whatever? because transpilation is basically serialization, but we can serialize the functions too, basically, and they get their code transpiled automatically. So we start with values, which basically is literally serializing the thing into JSON, kind of, right? Okay. So let's say that value await inferred, I think, and then we want to transpile value shape here. Then we have a transpile value shape. So this is value shape into, okay, no, this is like the implementation. Hold on, module implementation. On the, like, the public API is just transpile value, which is value into string, which is implementation transpile value. But we also have the state of transpilation. Transpiler is a stateful thing, so this doesn't return a string. This is going to return over here the AST. So let's say that let's say module JS AST is JavaScript AST. So this should return JS AST T, which I did not call that. Let's call it T, fine. And this should return JS AST T. And we also have this state, right? Which we can also make available through the context, I guess. Yeah, why not? We can say type context is something, and then we have type effect t plus equal get context, which is context effect t, right? And then we have JavaScript objects are already number indexable, so they are already tuple-like. Yeah. So we say try this with effect get context k effect continue k with context, where context is whatever. Transpile value. So this over here returns the AST, right? So we'd say that value AST is this, and then we want JavaScript AST to string value AST. Basically, we'll probably like have something else in the context, which is the state, I guess. Of the transpiler. All right. So this is just going to be function. Shape. Match shape. So here's all of the different values that we have in our language, and we need to transpile all of them one by one. Yeah, so what's a unit? I guess a unit is just undefined. What's a boolean? JSAST boolean value. If we have a int32, we need to have a number. I think null is better than undefined. Does it matter? I mean, let's see what we are going to have. So undefined and null is also a keyword, right? Then we have numbers, but numbers are technically, like, I guess we are going to create different numbers. Let's just say int or a float, for example. Well, I mean, how does JavaScript work? If I do an int64, I cannot do an int64 in JavaScript, right? All numbers in JavaScript have 64-bit double. So, like, if I transpile and if I just have in JavaScript, let's actually try this here. If I do 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0, so this is still an int. A null is explicit value, undefined is the value of every... Okay, sure. Let's do null. The question that I have right now is how do we represent the integers so that we, like, guarantee that it is proper in 64. The floats, we can lose some precision, maybe that's okay, but for the integers feels wrong a little bit. The largest positive number that can therefore be accurately represented is 2 to 53 minus 1. The remaining bits are reserved for the exponent. In ES6, one can use number is safe integer to test a number to see if it is within the safe range. So when you do parse int, there is now a native big int class. The new literal syntax and new literal syntax landed in Chrome and Node.js. Big int has been supported in all mainstream JS engines. What is big int? Values represent the integer values which are too high or too low to be represented by the number primitive. I mean, is it literally the big int, the infinite precision? It's not the int64. I don't want int64, right? I mean, I don't want more than int64. But we would have to do that for these ones. Let's ignore this for now and like yeah, but I want more precision than just an int. So do we convert to a float always? That's the question. Maybe. Let's just say number. Fine. Let's just not lie and just say that we have numbers of floats. So over here we have a number where we have float of int. Wait, how do you convert an int64 to float in OCaml? Is that possible even in 64? Float. Oh yeah, there is to float. Okay, nice. So we do int32 to float value, and then over here we have value JSAST number int64 to float value. All right, nice. And float 64 value is just JSAST number value. All right, nice. Number. Char. How do you represent chars in JavaScript? Just with strings, right? Ganduras, привет с наступающим. С наступающим. Hello. Happy New Year. Well, I mean, happy upcoming new year. Yeah. So we just do a string then, right? String of string. String char string make 1c. Next, the string itself. JSAST string s. The error. I guess the error would be undefined, although I guess we should not be transpiling the errors at all, technically. Blocked value. So a blocked value is a value which is blocked by runtime. It's a value that is supposed to only be usable at compile time. So if we are trying to compile this, well, actually, no. Hold on, because I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see what it is here. Just fail with to do. Why not error? You'll get a stack trace. Over here, return like transpile this to the error. Because we want, I mean, the idea of having the error values is so that we are error resilient, so we can run program which contains errors, and like if I throw the exception here in JavaScript, then it's not going to run the program. I don't know if that's the behavior that we want. Error is not an exception. Oh, it's a value of the error. I see. I understand what you mean. It's like it constructs the backtrace at the current position, right? All right, let's just do, you know what? Let's just do fail with lock in every of these places. How about that? We have defined something. let's instead have this. We have transpiling value function value, and now we need to convert this to string. So let's have a function to string, right? To string is function. So we have undefined, then I feel like what I want, what if we just use the same as like when we are printing our stuff, you know? Instead of saying to string, how about I say print? Because I think that is better. So transpile value should be a thing that that can be printed. You know? Returns a thing that can be printed, right? So we just say formatter unit function, basically. So we just say java st print function fmt print fmt value st. How about that? Result, maybe. We have type result, which is this. Maybe we can do something else later. like some extra metadata so we can like inspect the transpilation result. But this basically will allow me to have a like colored output when I'm printing it here. So when I print, so this is a formatter, right? In this case, we print fmt. So I can do like magenta once again for the keywords, right? Undefined, like that. Null. Magenta null. Boolean. Are true and false also keywords? True is false. Okay, it is a keyword. I guess it's actually like surprised. I'm surprised that like it allowed me to assign to undefined, but it did not allow me to assign to true. Okay, there you go. Let's just unbound value, impl transpile value. Wait, it's over here. This is an alias for a module, which is missing. It's because of camel language server is thinking that something is wrong for no reason. Okay, let's create this in the binary, right? Compiler binary bin CLI. I guess this should be like in the compile args. So yeah, over here we have output type. There was a camel here before. Right now we only like compile to the image representation, but now there is going to be JavaScript in addition here. Default output type is just that, sure. So we like say if we output type JS or JavaScript, I guess, then we return JavaScript. Yeah, so okay, AST, let's see here. But what I'm getting here is I'm compiling an expression. Yeah, because that's compile, not eval, I guess. So I have an expression, and I would have to I would have to do what, right? This should depend on cast transpiler JavaScript. Cast transpiler JavaScript. So I don't transpile value, I will actually transpile the expression here. Am I? Or am I going to evaluate this? What do I want? No, I probably don't want to evaluate this indeed, right? Fine, let's do transpile expression. So this should be transpiled. And then transpiled, this is the result, right? Cast transpiler JavaScript result. And the transpiler result can just be printed, right? So we just do we just do print transpiled print. That's all that we do. Okay, and now how do we do the expression? Transpile expression, expression result, function expression. It's kind of like similar here. Let's say with context f is let context, like, let's do that. Yes, we'll say AST is f. Like so. So transpile value is with context function transpile value like that. And transpile expression is just doing the same for the expressions. Okay, let's just do simple expression, which is like a constant expression for now, right? Transpile expression JSAST function expression. So this should just match expression shape. Here's all of the different things that we have. Let's create stubs everywhere. And then if we have a constant value, then we just say transpile value, right? That's literally what we return, if that is a constant. If I have the constant, the same constant specified in multiple places though, I guess it would be maybe nice that that we only like transpiled it once. But let's just do this for now. So over here we have examples 0. Example 0 is a file which literally contains a 0, which is an int 32, right? So if I try to evaluate example 0, then this just gives me the 0. Now let's see if I compile this, right? Then this is an expression which is a constant 0 of type int 32. So we want to compile this now to JavaScript as a target. It's called output type. It's not target, it's output type. For some reason. Okay, so because the numbers are all floating points, that's how we represent them. Can I make the OCaml omit the .000 if it's not needed? OCaml print float. Decimal notation in the style ddd.ddd. Convert a floating point argument to OCaml syntax, which is ddd or this or ddd e converts to hexadecimal with the hash flag. H convert the floating point argument to the hexadecimal notation. The optional precision is a dot followed by an integer indicating how many digits follow the decimal point in the F, E, E, A, H. What is E? Convert floating point number to decimal notation in the style DDD, E, mantissa, and exponent. Okay. For instance, %4f prints a float with 4 fractional digits. Can I, like, just print the ones that matter? Okay, how about... Hold on. How about we say something like this? So we have, like, 0, std, float 64, right? So that's our 0. But if I say 0.1, oh, I need to like get rid of this, right? So 0.1 is this, which also has a lot of zeros. A camel print a float without trailing zeros. Any trailing zeros are removed from the fractional part and the decimal point character is removed if there is no fractional part. Hold on. Trailing zeros. Oh, G is what we want, right? Convert a floating point to the decimal notation in style F or E, whichever is more compact, and moreover, any trailing zeros are removed and the decimal point is removed. So it's actually going to print it as the integer. Okay, nice. That's what we want. %G. So that just does 0, 1. Yeah, okay. Nice. And so the integer is still like basically integer here. Okay, cool. Cool. What is next? So yeah, let's like try some other examples, I guess. We can try hello world. That's just a string. Right. A unit is just this thing. That's how we get a null. And true and false also should be transpiled. Okay. Let's get to I mean, let's just, you know what, how about we just try to compile the hello world and then see what is the first thing that we hit here. The first thing that we hit is line 48. This one, we have a then. Okay, so a then is just an expression which contains multiple expressions inside, right? That's all. So we have a list of expressions. So what we do, JavaScript has the distinction between expressions and statements. So the way we are going to be constructing this is we need to basically introduce a scope here. We need to introduce a scope here. What do we want to compile this into? Like if we have a semicolon b in cast, then we want this to be something like this in JavaScript, where we create a new function which does a and then returns b, right? Like that. And then calls this thing immediately, right? So we create the anonymous function and we call it immediately, right? stuff like that is what we want. Let's go from the AST here first. So we will have to be able to, well, first of all, let's say that we need to be able to call the function, which is any AST and with the argument, or argument, I guess, because that's JavaScript. It's just going to be the list of arguments that we call the function with. And we will also need to be able to specify the we need to create a function. We need to create a function which has args and has the body. So this should be like expression, right? Arguments. Arg is not t-list. Do you think we should make it more typed? What should this be? I mean, this is just a list of names, right? Because this is JavaScript. Let's go, like, because we don't do the yeah, it's just like a string list, basically. Well, I guess we call it name list. Let's have a name is like that. That way we will like have it more typed or whatever. And body. So body should be like the list of statements. So this T, this is expression after all, right? So we will have the distinction between expressions and statements. Function is expression, arguments is expression. And statement. And well, statement could be an expression. Which we just ignore the result of, like calling a function, for example. Right? That's what we want. I thought you were in lurk mode. Alright, let's see. Function, args, body. So in order to define, I feel like also when we are printing, sometimes we want parentheses, right? So we either are going to put the parentheses everywhere, or when I'm printing, I need to like maintain the current precedence level. Or we are going to surround every expression with parentheses. Or I don't know. Let's assume that everything can be like all of the inner expressions are going to need to be surrounded with parentheses. Maybe we need to have some convention here. Although I think it's better if we actually maintain. So like, I mean, how clean of a code do we want to generate is the question, right? Let's forget about this for now. So to do a function, do I use the function keyword or do we just use the arrow? I guess we just use the arrow, right? So we say printf fmt. So we start by opening the bracket, right? Opening the bracket, then we do args list iterate function name print name. So this is going to be print expression, and then we like over here we print name. First let's do iter I guess. I, if I is not 0, then fmt a comma. Leading comma is fine. Well, you have wait, you can do leading comma in JavaScript. Comma a into a. No, you can do a trailing comma though, right? Yeah, I guess you can do trailing commas. Okay, so we do this, then we do the arrow. And then we open the curly bracket. We open the curly bracket. And then we body list iterate function statement. Print statement. Followed by a semicolon. Finally, if we call the function with arguments, so over here, the function can be any expression. I would have to surround this with parentheses right now. We print something like that, function in parentheses, and then arguments also in parentheses. And then arguments are expressions. Just like this. Okay, and print name is just name, printing name raw, sure. Let's do that. I guess I will have to let's create like the test. This is our test. Let's do the example of an empty function, right? We have an expression. I want to compile a function. something simple. What is the simplest one? The function ID. Function taking unit, returning unit. That's the simplest one probably, right? Okay. So there is no JSASTT. There should be expression. Print expression. Was cast inspired by Perl? No. Why? What is over here that resembles Perl? This is actually like JavaScript, basically. I mean, this over here is like so in a lot of programming languages, right? How do you define a function, taking no arguments and returning just nothing, basically? I guess you cannot do this, but you can do null like that. I was writing then, but yeah, basically over here for this we're going to create an anonymous function and call it immediately, right? So we need to create a function. I mean, we need to call the function, which we're going to call immediately. Arguments is going to be empty list. And then the function itself that we're trying to call is the function that we are creating here, a function where argument is also empty, and then body is the actual body. So in this case, the body, everything except for the last expression in the list should be a statement. So we should be able basically to transpile expression into expression, but in this case we're also going to transpile expression into a statement. Or something, right? Body was just a long shot. I've been reading the comically large 2012 edition of Programming in Perl that I got it for Christmas, and I love Larry's wall writing about Perl and reasoning behind why he made it that way. I'm not familiar with that literature. So body should be, let's just say body. Body is list map I guess. We have list, and then we map a function I, and then expression that we have inside of the list. But I just want to know if the expression is the last or not. If I is equal to list length of list, if I plus 1, I guess, is equal to the list length, then we do one thing, and otherwise we do another thing. So specifically, in this case, we need to return it. So we need to have a JSAST return transpile expression E, and in this case this is just going to be JSAST expression transpile expression E. That's all that we need to do. So we have one new statement, because return is a statement, it's not an expression, right? I cannot say that x is equal to return 2. Right? Yeah, this is just not working at all in JavaScript. And this expression must be surrounded in parentheses, just in case. I mean, I kind of like want a little bit to do that. How about we have like optional let's have a named argument like the precedence. Which I'm just going to ignore this, but for now. But I will like write the code so that we can do that. Expression, precedence. I mean, maybe we don't even ignore it. Can I just say that we have type precedence, and then we like order? We like we have these things in order, right? Like in this case. This is like a function in a function call. Called function. Let's call it called function. How about that? So over here, precedence is called function. Print statement. So when you do print statement, the precedence is going to be what? Nothing, like just statement. And then over here we have precedence. Which is returned, the precedence of the returned value. In this over here, precedence is a function argument. And then like this is the thing that is actually deciding whether we print this or not. The parentheses around, which means that we need to have like expression here, and then we like match expression with, right? So this is the actual printing function, but then we want to potentially surround it, right? So let surround with parents is something that is based on precedence. Let's just say true for now, and then we say if surround with parents, then we print fmt opening bracket, and in the end, after this entire match, we like do the other one, the closing bracket, function arg statement returned. Like that. So what is the priority here, right? What is the priority? Wait, how do I define, like this is the precedence of the expression itself. And now what is the precedence of my expression itself, right? So this is defining a function. Perl is a really strange language. Arrays are automatically flattened. Assigning to an index or key never fails because after VV5s, the entry statement can be qualified by control flow. There's a different syntax for plural versus singular, but no static typing, etc. Completion model is also super dynamic. Compile time execution is extremely normal. I thought Perl was like the interpreted language and not compiled at all. I don't know. Let's create some code first where we want to remove the parentheses and then think about it here. But yeah, basically it's the job of the reprint expression itself to surround itself with parentheses based on the precedence of the outer expression into which we put this expression, I guess, right? Hello, Chai445. What's going on? Hi. We're transpiling to JavaScript. I'm making my programming language. I'm making a programming language and I'm trying to compile it to JavaScript right now. That's what's happening. So we are just starting here, generating some JavaScript code. So when I print expression here, this is just top level. So precedence is just going to be, let's just call it none, right? None precedence. None. Sure. Okay. Line 58 over here. So we have an actual expression function, right? And we want to compile this expression function to actually a function. Okay. So your language is getting converted to JavaScript. That's the plan right now. It's not going to be converted only to JavaScript. That's just one of the targets, and it's the easiest one to implement, in my opinion. Although I don't really know because I didn't implement many compilers before. But because JavaScript is high level, it is very easy to... Yes, it is called transpiler. That's what we're saying. We're transpiling, not compiling, right? But eventually the language will be compiled too. It's just JavaScript is the easiest target. It's also interpreted right now, my language. But the interpreter is really slow. So one of the reasons to transpile to JavaScript is just have like some existing runtime which is working reasonably fast, instead of making my interpreter fast. The interpreter that I have is used for compile time evaluation. So it has some features that are not really necessary for the runtime, which is why it is slow, I guess. We have expression function. Type, I guess we can ignore the type of the function, maybe. Tell me stream timings, I want to follow this. It's RNG. It's RNG. I don't really have the schedule. Perl is one big executable that can act as both interpreter and compiler, but even when it's interpreting, it compiles the whole program before running, rather than gradually executing code as it sees, like Python, with the exception of comp time execution. Wait, so Perl is literally like done the same as our language here? Because that's what we do too. Before interpreting, we are compiling. And this over here is the compiled stuff that we are compiling further into JavaScript now. All right. Was Perl like that from the very beginning? Or is that like just the recent versions of Perl that became like Perl compilation? It always had that compilation model? Interesting. Okay. I never touched Perl, so I know nothing about it. Okay, definition. The definition is basically the maybe compiled function, so this must be compiled, right? So we say that compiled is definition. Okay, well I need to await this to be compiled. I need to have the dependency on cast interpreter, I suppose. Oh wait, compile is defined here. That's why. Why is this defined in the interpreter? Good question. So what's the span though? Oh, what is the span? I guess the span is me trying to compile, right? So that's my context. My context should provide the span. Like where is the compiler invoked, basically, the transpiler? It also lacks syntax checks and optimizes interleaved, mainly because the grammar is very much non-context free. Yeah, I was like thinking about doing that too. Right now my lexer is like basically a fully separated stage. My parser is also separated, but eventually, because we have like custom syntax, it means that in order to parse the program, we potentially need to like evaluate something. So all of that needs to be interleaved too, yes. Because like, how do I import syntax from like a different file? Right now I can only like do local syntax. Can you explain quickly how you are building? I am noob in this. Well, I mean, right now I'm working on the JavaScript, so I'm doing this in 2 steps. First, I'm constructing the JavaScript AST, like this, you know. So we are going to be able to like call a function with arguments, and then I'm going to convert that into a string. Now the question is, how do I create this, right? So I already have like the existing intermediate representation of my language, which is like more high level than that, right? So, and then we need to like convert like one representation into another representation. That's the brief version here. So over here, this is the expression in my programming language which says that I am defining a function. So I need to transpile this to JavaScript. So the functions that we're defining, when it's compiled, this is an optionally compiled one. Wait, why is it optionally compiled? If this is it's none if it could not be compiled, basically, right? Value it's like option unwrap or else fail function not compiled or something. I mean, this should like return an error or whatever. I just do panic here. So this is a compiled function. Compiled function has the argument, which is a pattern, and the body, which is an expression. This thing we can ignore. So this should be like argument, body, and result can be ignored here. Perl's object-oriented support is also really elegant. You can just blast any reference into module and use object method to look up the function named method in the package object was blessed into. A constructor is just any function that returns a blessed reference. Do they actually call it blessing in the documentation? Do you think I should try Perl? Because this sounds interesting, although some of the Some of the things that you said is like really weird. Yes. Arg. Okay, not right now though. So we have argument. Argument is a pattern, body is the expression, right? So we need to create a function here. We need to create JavaScript AST function. But in JavaScript, so in my other language, all of the functions have a single argument, and they just return an expression. In JavaScript, the functions, they have like multiple arguments, and they return the list of statements instead. The body is a list of statements. But I guess what we can do is that we can just return the body as an expression immediately. It's just going to be like really ugly currently. Maybe. Let's say body is JavaScript AST return transpile expression body, right? But then args is something, and yeah, and this is like a single statement there. Let's do something that works first, and then maybe generate fancier, like cleaner JavaScript. Now, what are the arguments to the function? Does it mean that I should have the argument? Maybe the argument should be a single argument, actually, you know? Maybe it should be a single argument. How about that? Let argument name be JavaScript AST hello, Boje. How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What were you doing? Automated proof solving? Wait, what? That is some advanced stuff. I'm not yet into like creating proofs. Like, but I think that we will get to it eventually with like dependent types and everything. Because dependent types need proofs for type checking, I think, right? Is that what you're doing? Like something, or like a pure logical thing? But like in these like the proof systems, you basically have dependent types if you are doing the proofs, right? Or am I wrong? I'm not sure. It's a fancy pants natural deduction solver. I don't know what's a natural deduction. I'm not a mathematician, so I don't really know these things. When I think about like proofs, I think about languages like Agda and Coq, but I never tried them really, so I don't know much. Inheritance, including multi-inheritance, is implemented by recursively looking up methods in an array of superclasses called ISA in the package, and if the initial lookup fails. Yeah, object-oriented completely orthogonal to data structures in Perl. Alright, so you're just forcing the knowledge of Perl onto me because I said I don't want to look it up right now. So you're just going to teach me it in chat. Okay, sure. I don't really plan to do object-oriented programming though, but we will have something similar. Like, because we want to have a lot of my logician associates write their stuff in Lean or Coq, yeah. Yeah, I was looking into lean more than clock, I guess. So yeah, I think like eventually we will look more into like right now, for example, I think I have like higher candidate types in my language, and they are kind of implemented as like a special case of dependent types. And I can like improve my system to actually have full dependent types eventually, and then we will start looking into proofs and everything. But that's probably a long way ahead. That's not like my actual goal, because I want to just be making games with my programming language. Why am I even... I'm not even sure if I need higher kind of types. But it's nice to like try do these things. It's fun. All right, but right now we are just transpiling to JavaScript. That's all. So yeah. Because currently my interpreter is really slow. Okay, we have the function, and I want to... Yeah, so what is going to happen? Because my functions are all of the single argument. We are going to, before returning the body, I'm going to, over here, to perform the pattern matching of the actual argument with the pattern that we specify in here, right? We have a pattern, but my functions are still a single argument. We're not going to convert these to functions with multiple arguments. Do I just like generate a name here or something? Generate name. Generate a unique name or something. Generate name should return name. We just I don't know, I guess we create the ID. ID is ID generate, and then we just create, maybe like prefix is what we want, you know, prefix. So we like do something like, is the right facing arrow ligature? Yeah, this is just a ligature. It's just two symbols. Can I say prefix plus your least favorite ligature? Why is it your least favorite one? Giancaletito, transpiling to JavaScript. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Do you not like JavaScript or something? Should I have been transpiling to C++ instead? Can I say prefix and int to make string this underscore that, right? So prefix and ID value. Yeah, how about that? So the prefix here is going to be like argument, you know, the function argument. Okay, so now we have this argument name, but over here we want to perform the pattern matching. So we need to do pattern match. I need to pattern match the argument, which is the pattern, with the argument name, I guess. This is going to return the list of statements. Pattern matching is basically like the list of statements which introduces these new variables specified by the pattern, and then we, after doing that, we return the body. I think that makes sense. So then we have a pattern match. Pattern match is a pattern something and JavaScript AST statement list function pattern value so we're going to match pattern shape here. Here's all of the different patterns that we have. If it is a placeholder, then we literally don't do anything. If it's a unit, we also don't do anything. If it's a binding though, right, over here, binding, this means that we actually construct a new binding. Also, pattern binding has like bind mode, which is either by reference or by claiming the value. So I guess we are over here going to also match bind mode. If it is claim, then we do one thing, and if it is by reference, whether we have mutability here is another thing. Let's create for all of the other ones, just fail with lock. Here. If it's an error, I guess I don't do anything either. Okay, first, if we want to claim the value and assign it to the binding, this is introducing a new variable name, basically. So we need to have a new statement which introduces a new variable, right? So like let, right? I guess we just use lets, we don't use consts in the JavaScript. So let just has the variable which has a name, which is name, and then the value is just expression, right? That's what we need to generate. How do we print this now? If we have a let variable be value, then we just do something like this. A let variable print name variable. I can't live with myself. I got confused by a presentation and couldn't explain the difference between a graphics API and a GPU driver. So we have to just say let this be equal to that, right? And then we print expression value. This must have, so like what's the precedence here? What's the precedence of this? Assigned. Let's call it assigned. And then I will have to like order this. And do something with it. But right now I'm not using it at all. Is typecon a nice name for higher kind of types, a type constructor? Apparently GHC uses it in its internals. I don't know. Do you want to expose this in a public API? Sure. But like I guess either typecon or tycon, like this, to make sure that it's like two separate names. Type constructor. But you say for higher kind of types, type constructor is basically a function that returns a type, right? But what if you have a kind in your higher kind in your language of higher kind of types, which is like type into type into type, right? So like with this parenthesis being here, right? What is this? This is not a type constructor then, right? So type constructor is like the basically the last step. I call them names, by the way. What I call them is names. So for all of the like for some of the types that are named, I remember their name. So for example, option like int32, it's a type which has the name, like the full name is like std option, I guess, int32, and this is part of the name. So this over here is the type constructor, which is basically just a name. I don't know. If I'm doing it right though. Magenta, what? Yeah, I think like it would be better if instead of magenta I set keyword here, right? And then it was turning into magenta automatically. Right? Yeah, good point, Badcop, good point. I'll do that later though. Higher kind of type is a better name. Well, I mean, it's basically this is the type. And the type which you specify, they call it kinds, right? So, I mean, yeah, I guess higher kind, yeah, sure, whatever. I don't know what I was going to suggest. All right, over here we're saying that binding is equal to value, basically. So we are going to create a statement, which is JavaScript let variable. So we are going to have the bindings have the variable names. So binding name of binding, and the value is equal to the value. I guess it means that the value here is actually the expression, right? So that's over here, JavaScript est expression. But I'm giving it as an argument, the argument name, which is the name, right? But in this case, I'm going to match to JavaScript est like the variable of this name, right? So we have a new kind of an expression which just takes the value of a variable, var name, right? Like that. Yeah, that makes sense. So if we have a var name, then we just print name empty name. That's all. You have 5 universes: kind, type, HKT, value, and polymorphic value. Interesting. Okay, so what is a binding name? Binding name is just binding into JSAST name, right? Function. So a binding, they have names in the cast, and we also have IDs there. So I guess we just do that. We append the ID to the name. So we say raw is make string something underscore something. So we say binding name. Binding name is a symbol. And symbol has the, I mean, there is a symbol ID, but that's different. There's symbol ID and then there's the binding ID. They are different. Yeah, they are different. So let's just do that. And this is potentially not a valid like JavaScript identifier, but we're going to fix that when we see that. So for now we should be fine. Okay, and then if we do it by reference, then this over here we just do fail with lock. I just don't do this for now. Okay, context is going to be a context which has span. Transpile expression. The function should have the type expression result. Transpile expression span. No. The function should have. Okay, yeah, span. There you go. So when I'm transpiling this expression, the span here should be span. It's just like, I guess it is the AST span, the span of the entire file that we are parsing, I guess. Okay, let's see. So here we go. We have compiled this file, which is a function which takes nothing and returns nothing. So we return null here. And we have this as the argument. That's a good step. Okay, we have functions. How about if I try to call a function now, right? Let's literally just call this immediately. Line 93. So this is apply. This means that we call a function. We apply function and argument. All right. Okay. Okay, function, expression, and value as argument is also expression. So we just say JSAST call function is transpile expression function, and arguments. We're going to have a single argument, which is transpile expression argument, right? That's all. That's easy. But then line 76. 76 is a scope. Scope means that we introduce a scope, which is basically parentheses. But I have it as a dedicated expression because it actually introduces a scope. Yeah. Does this mean that I need to like create a new function and call it immediately, or can I just... I have a feeling that like we maybe just be able to transpile the inner expression without doing anything. Let's have a to do here though. To do. Should I actually create JavaScript scope here or not? Because the scoping in JavaScript doesn't really matter, right? The scoping in JavaScript doesn't really matter. Wait, why does it matter for me though? Why does it matter for me? That's a good question. I don't know. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We have a little bit too many parentheses, but it seems like this is correct, right? Can we do like this and pipe this to the calculator, which is JavaScript? It matters for GC. Let statements aren't hoisted. Hoist. What does hoisted even mean? Like not collected? When when we exit the scope, like the garbage collector can collect all of the variables in the scope that we closed, right? That's why it matters. It's not yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Although I think like they could detect where the variable is no longer. I mean, I don't know if they could somehow detect that. Hoisting just function scoping as opposed to block scoping. Well, I mean, I guess I would. Yeah, there's like the difference between the block scope and the function scope. Yes. Hoisted. That means that if a name is declared in a scope, in that scope, the identifier will always reference to that particular variable. Block scope X is not global. Oh, this X refers to this X. Yes, but I have already like done this symbol resolution, so I'm generating the IDs here, right? So I will never have like the name collision anyway when I'm generating my JavaScript, and I don't really care about it. Or are we talking about other things? Anyway, does it matter right now? Maybe not. Okay, what is next? Let's say that this is a function that returns 1, 2, 3, which is an integer. How about that? Should this be like in parentheses, I guess? Return 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. All right. I think like I need to start without the standard library though. So how do we do hello world? So the idea is that we have these things that are called native expressions. So native expression would be something like, I don't know, console log. And then we basically, I want to like call the function saying hello world, right? So this way I don't need this to transpile the entire standard library yet. So this is going to be line 75. Which is the... Oh, this is just expression statement. It's because I have the semicolon in the end, right? So I'm going to have expression statement. It just means that we ignore the result of it. And it really doesn't matter, I guess. We literally just transpile expression. Yeah. And then line 101, which is the native expression. So the native expression is just a string basically here. Why is there ID? For no reason. I guess I can ignore it. And expression. So this is a string, and what we're going to do here, because this is a string, we need to like basically generate a raw JavaScript. So we have JavaScript AST raw expression. That's all. So we have a raw expression, and then when we print it raw as, we just print as. Let's give it some style. What should be the style here? I don't know, let's make it cyan for some reason. Okay, there we go. So we actually do console log hello world like this then. And then we can actually run this and see hello world. Nice. Nice. Okay. Should I try something else, or should I go to the standard library already? I feel like I need the simpler version of the standard library though first. There's too much stuff there right now. Let's just say that we have a function print is as into, you know, and then we like put this thing here, right? Yeah. As is string, use std prelude. Let's just actually not use this standard library. We will say instead that string is native a string, so that we can use this to type annotate. And then we do this, and then we actually print hello world, right? So this means that we need to define the function and then call the function. This is like very stripped down standard library. Okay, line 98. So we have assign, right? When we do the assignment, okay, assigning and value. Transpile assign. So, okay, yes, assignment. This is an expression, but this should be more like a statement instead. So how about we transpile expression as statement expression? What's your opinion on Clojure? I never tried Clojure, but as far as I understand, it's a Lisp and it's dynamically typed. Dynamically typed is bad. Means Clojure is bad, right? I mean, unless I'm wrong. Hold on, is Clojure dynamically typed? Maybe it's not. Dynamic. Bad. Hosted on the JVM. And a Lisp. Yes. I mean, there's probably a lot of nice things about it, but I generally dislike the dynamically typed languages because it's very difficult to maintain them. But that's just in my experience. Maybe other people People use the closure, right? People write JavaScript and without types, and Python without types, and like they're happy with their lives. So yeah, I don't know. A lot of new Lisps use closure, syntax, semantics, like fennel and val. I don't know like the difference between like closure, syntax, semantics, and like the common Lisp or whatever. I never actually wrote a Lisp program. Closure versus common Lisp. Like, what's even the difference? What differences are there? How to become a hacker. Yes, how to become a hacker. Commas, curly braces, and square braces are allowed in closure. Are they not allowed in... Then they have like different semantics. Alright, I'm not going to look this up though right now. There's no reason for me to. Right? Okay, so transpile expression as statement is basically like this is going to like give me the list of statements, and then I want to like ignore like statement, you know, statement expression or something. Like, so statement expression is just JavaScript expression. This, no, we have JavaScript statement like list, and this gives me JavaScript st expression. I guess that's what we want. So function statements. So this means that I literally just invoke the closure, right? That has the statement list as the body of the function, right? So JavaScript AST. So we call function with args empty, and body is statements, and args is empty, just like that. And then we transpile expression. This is into expression, but we also want to transpile expression as statements, which is going to return the list of statements instead. Normally lists do just all round braces, you know? Yeah. Let's start with that. See what is not working. Line 80. This over here. So we have assign, right? Assignee and value. So value is a place expression. Assignee is an assignee expression. Right. So let's just say assign. Maybe I don't need to transpile expression statements, like because I will have the separate function anyway. Assign, assignee, and value. Yeah, that's what I want. So similar to pattern matching, we need to perform assignment, but instead of a pattern we have the assignee expression, place expression, and this should return this statement list function assignee place. So we are going to match assignee shape, I think. If it's a placeholder, then it means that I don't need to... Well, I mean, hold on, place, in this case, place should not be place expression. This should be something. Because I think in order to do the assign, we still need to evaluate the place. Like this is a place expression, and we need to evaluate it, right? Yeah. So evaluate place value. That is the place. We are going to assign that place to a variable, I guess, right? Variable is generate name. Just call variable here. So we evaluate the place. This is going to give me an expression, and I need to assign, right? So have JavaScript let var is equal to this. That is my first statement. And then we perform the actual assignment to JavaScript AST variable var. So this over here is the place. This is the expression that evaluates to the place, then, right? Probably is what I want. And the val place should be place expression into JavaScript expression. So this now function expression, we need to pattern match. No, we need to pattern match expression shape. Right, there we go. So we have place expression. Binding is easy, because that's just binding name of binding, and we get a variable out of it. Okay, fields, we don't have fields yet. Let's just have the to do in other places, and then we perform the actual assignment. So if we have a placeholder, then I don't need to do anything. If we assign to unit, that also is nothing. Error, I guess, doesn't need to do anything. So let, this is actually us introducing the new thing. This is mutation, this is introducing a new variable. So mutation place, this is like, yeah, let's forget about this for now. Pattern, so this is a pattern. This over here is a pattern, which means that I need to literally just pattern match pattern with the place. But it means, oh wait, hold on, but this means that this is a place, right? So over here, this expression, this should not be a value, I think. This should also be a place, because that's what we're doing when pattern matching. So claim, and this should be like value is claim place then. Yeah, let's do that. And claim place function place. Well, I mean, for now we can just like return it as is, but that's not what it should be. Because places are basically references. And over here, claiming means dereferencing the reference. Or do I like do this immediately? I don't know. Let's see what happens right now. Line 83. Okay, we have a temporary place. Okay, yeah. You know what? You know what? Fine. Let's do evaluate place. Should return actually like. Yeah, like what is a place? How do we represent places in JavaScript? We already did that before. We basically, a place is a reference. How do we represent a reference in JavaScript? That's the difficult part. But a reference is basically a getter and a setter, I guess. If we allow mutation, then it has a setter. And if we don't allow the setter, the mutation, then it's just a getter. Basically. So let's have a place get and set is so I need to like construct an object, basically a JavaScript object expression where we have the fields, right? And so the fields are we have strings here, right? Like get is get and set is set. We have object of string and expression list. Object fields. So we open the curly bracket, then we will close the curly bracket, and then we say fields iterate hello2 squared iterate function index name and value, I guess. If I is not 0, then I will print a comma. So we don't do trailing commas here. Although JavaScript supports trailing commas, but yeah, let's not do that here. And then we just print. So we just we quote the string, right? And then how do you do this in JavaScript? Hold on, we just say like x is like 1 2 3, right? That's how you do it. You don't need to quote this technically, right? But you can quote. So to be safer, we can quote, I guess. So we do this colon that. So there's going to be name and print expression precedence field value. Okay, so when we evaluate this, so this is a temporary variable. Temporary variable when we construct the place with a temporary variable, we basically temporary variable, it just has expression inside, right? So I think I need to like assign I need to evaluate the expression. So transpile expression. Transpile expression is basically like evaluate expression, right? Maybe that's what I should call it. Transpile expression. That gives me the expression, but then I need to assign it to the variable, right? So let's say that variable is generate name temp, and then we say JavaScript let variable value is transpile expression. So we actually create a new scope here, right? How about I just do scope like that, function scope. And scope is just having statements or body, right? This just returns the calling of the anonymous function with no arguments and the body. Call with no arguments. So we have a scope. First, in this scope, we say that the variable is equal to that, and then we return the place where get is just this. Let's have another function like place off or something expression. So this is just going to be place where get is so I need to call the function with arguments being empty, but the function is going to be the get of the place. No, hold on. What? No. I'm stupid. Get is a function that returns. Get is a function. Hold on. Yeah, get is a function which has no arguments and which returns return expression. That's what I want. All right, and then set would be a function which has the value, I guess, here. So variable is generate name value, and then we return the args is var, and then body is JavaScript. Yeah, so we need to like actually assign I guess we can assign to any expression, so we just say variable var and value. No, we assign to the expression, but the value here is going to be the var. There you go. That's what I want. So we have another statement, which is assign, which is similar to a let. Assignee is going to be just an expression then, and value is expression. So yes, where am I? What is this? Evaluate place. So when you have a temporary, yeah, we just like assign the temporary to like this expression, and then we return a place of this variable basically, which is JSST var. That's what I want. Line 29. Okay, so now we have an expression value type. Why is that? That's because we actually have in this code string is string, so this actually leaks into the runtime right now. But I guess like the types, let's for now say that the types are going to be nulls. Sure, we don't have any runtime information there. Line 153. This is me claiming the thing. Claiming. Well, I mean, wait, hold on. Should it be like so places can be claimed, then can be like reassigned. Well, I mean, right, since we don't like really have the move semantics and like stuff, I guess we don't do anything here. We forget. Yeah, whatever. We'll think about it later. But over here we have place expression. So we just evaluate place expression. So this is a place, and now I need to like claim the place. So claiming a place is not just returning a place. This should be me calling the function and the function is place.get basically. Which means that we have a new expression, which is a field. Oh wait, we already have the field, right? No, field is the precedence. But we need to have a field of object, which is place, and field is get. That's what we want. So objects, and we have field expressions, which have object expression, and field, which is a string. Field, object, field. So we just say this dot that. I mean, we can do it using the indexing, which is a little bit different, but then like yeah, then we just escape the string, and this can contain anything inside, not necessarily the correct identifier. Let's do this for now. So that's going to be print expression Precedence. The particle effect is the extension, yes, called power mode. Precedence is object, maybe. Object field. Let's do that. Precedence. Now this is wrong. Can I say like module precedence? And say type T here. So that it doesn't pollute my namespace here. All right, look at this. We have here's the source code that we have evaluated. Print 116.210 is not defined. Okay, so now the question is, why is this code not correct? Let's try to outputting this to test.js. So what have I generated? What of the monstrosity do we have here? Can we format? Can I format? Is this not correct format? We cannot even format it. Transpiler turns the code into another source code. Yeah. Formatter thinks this code is fine. Yeah, but like this extra space is not being removed. So it's not doing anything at all here, which is weird, right? Am I using Node.js? Yeah, calculator is the Node.js. I mean, we are using it to run, not to compile this code. There's red underline, so it cannot format if something, because this parameter implicitly has any type. Wait, what? But this is JavaScript. Hello? That's how JavaScript is supposed to work. What do you mean parameter implicitly has any type? Isn't that how you're supposed to write JavaScript? Do I have TypeScript extension? Yeah, I guess I do have it. So the actual error is that print 116.210 is not defined. Print 116. I definitely do create this variable here, right? But it's created in the other scope, I guess, inside of the other function. So yeah, we need to like figure out the scopes here a little bit. Well, I mean, I know why though. It's because we have oh, it would be nice if I like generated the code formatted better. Maybe we should like do that here a little bit. Maybe like probably need to order the precedences now. No, the problem is it would be nice if I could like actually see this code formatted properly. Can I say like format JavaScript command line pretty and to install something? Like, why does this thing not format though? What if I say like this into that? Yeah, it's just not formatting. This is just not being formatted. I just don't have the formatter at all. Why not? For the JavaScript, format enable, right? So it's enabled, it's just like not doing anything for some reason. Write your own JavaScript interpreter? No. Why would I do that? Then I just write the interpreter for my language, which already exists. But I can like, I can like, instead of going JavaScript, I could just have an additional interpreter, which is faster, which doesn't have all the features that I needed for compile time evaluation. I don't understand. How do I have how to enable the formatter in JavaScript? Or is it because I don't have like the package JSON or something? Can I just have a new file? Language, JavaScript, function foo, format. Like, see, this over here is formatted. So why? Okay, but if I do this, this is formatted. Okay. So is this not JavaScript? This is JavaScript. But this one is not formatted. What? Excuse me? Isn't this literally the same code that I already just tried a second ago? To format. What if I create a new file called test2.js, and then I copy paste this, and then I format. Any strange Unicode characters or something? It doesn't work if the file exists. If it's like an empty buffer, and then I change the thing to JavaScript, and then I format, then it's being formatted. Like, that's really weird. So if I save this file to test3.js, and then it's not formatted anymore. I'm not formatting saved files. What? VS Code doesn't format saved file JavaScript. If it's a file and it asks TypeScript language server to format, but you don't have TypeScript installed here. But shouldn't it complain that it cannot? Like, it's just silently failing. So is it TypeScript then? That's what it's actually doing? Or is it JavaScript? Prettier. The extension is JS, not TypeScript. I like, isn't that the same extension though? It's called JavaScript and TypeScript. That's very weird. When the file is unsaved, VS Code uses the default JavaScript formatter. When the file is saved, VS Code switches to workspace plus file-based rules and something blocking formatting. That something is almost always one of these. For editor, format, and save is off for real files. No formatter is selected for JavaScript. I mean, maybe my formatter is like prettier or something. Like where... and then like the prettier is not installed here or something. But like... I mean, yeah, but like, shouldn't it tell me the error or something? Settings, JSON. User settings. JavaScript. Default formatter. Like, what is this? ESBENP prettier VS Code. That's what we actually try to use. When the file is saved. And this is the extension that we have, which is called prettier, right? And then... No? That's the one that doesn't work? I mean, that's the one that works? Shouldn't I take a look at like the output of prettier then? Yeah, look at this, formatting file. Hold on a second. It is. New file. Foo.js. Look at this. 1111, this. Yeah, null. And then, let's save this. There you go, formatting file. Require config set to true and no config present, skipping file. So they want me like, wait, what? Require config set to true and no config present. I need to like set up the prettier, right? Because I was using prettier in some other places. Like where was I using this? Like in my VS Code extension. VS Code extension forecast. Does this one has prettier config? What's the file that I should look into? There's no prettier installed here, right? And well, I mean, and my formatter doesn't work. Wait, what? Was it it was working previously. Maybe I should just change the formatter to something else, right? I think my settings got broken for some reason. Where do you configure the formatter? I think I just need to get rid of this setting, maybe? To not use prettier. Prettier require config is true. Document selectors. Yeah, there we go. Just remove this config, right? Just set require config to false. But then, like, it doesn't need... I mean, sure, let's try false here. Also, this file is not being formatted. Okay, yeah, that does format it indeed. Okay, sure. I don't know. Okay, let's then now actually inspect our file. Format this. There we go. Nice. So here's our code, right? We have a print hello world, print is this thing, which is defined inside of this scope over here. This is me assigning to print. Yes. Yes. Nice. Can I like move this to some file, some folder? Maybe we create folder target and we move the test.js there. Where did I just create this folder? It's not present. Why don't I see the target? Is it hidden? Is the target folder hidden? It might be. There we go. We do exclude from search also, and files and exclude. I want to exclude it from the search probably, but maybe not from the files. There we go. And we'll ignore this entire folder. Target test.js. All right, there we go. Yeah, so the problem is that we are doing the assignment in like its own scope, like which is the anonymous function that we just call immediately, right? And that is because when we transpiler JavaScript, when I am transpiling expression as statements, transpile expression, yeah, because over here I do transpile expression, right? But if this expression is a statement, then I just need to append this. Map I guess like this over here is going to be an empty list, and this over here is going to be transpile expression as statements, and then after that we just do the flattening of the list instead. Let's try again. So now this print is actually the thing that exists. Okay, implicitly has type any. Can I like disable this warning or something just for this? I mean, I guess we don't really care, right? Let's just try running this now through calculator. Print get is not a function. Wait, what? Why not? Get. Print is this. So this, we are creating a temporary function. This one. Actually, should we ignore in JavaScript file? Not sure what's up. I don't know. I don't know. I maybe don't have the default settings for that stuff. Because maybe I actually wanted to have more errors in my JavaScript when I did it one time. So this get, we are returning this temporary, and this is the function. Okay. Print get. Wait, no, this is a variable, and this variable is this already. Hold on a second. I think I know. It's because when I have a place expression binding, this returns a variable. But what should happen is we should have place of this variable because we're evaluating a place. Okay, nice. Nothing works still. All right. That's a lot of code. We need to like simplify this. A lot of this is like not doing anything useful. What was my error? This over here says that get is not a function because this is the argument. This is the temp. Okay. Variable. Wait, what is this? What am I even like compiling here? Hold on. Oh, this is console log. Okay. Okay, yes. We are doing the console log of this thing. DS1 million. Hello, hello. So we are trying to compile this code. This is a function print. Before, so we are trying to do console log, call this with s. S is a variable. So this is evaluating to a place, which means, yeah. This is a place of this variable. So this is our argument, right? So this is so this over here is literally this temp. This is the function print. This over here, this temporary variable equals to this function, which takes the argument. So this is our actual argument of the function print. Then we're doing the pattern matching, right? This says s underscore because this is called s, right? So this is the pattern matching. But this should be a value, but it's not, because yeah, yes, pattern matching is not correct, because pattern matching needs to give me a place and not a value. That's right. Over here, when I would do pattern match, right? Pattern match expects a place, but I gave it a value instead. Maybe we could like have this more typed, but I don't know. Maybe we could have it more typed. So like another intermediate representation before the JavaScript AST. But yeah, this should be like place of this variable. Okay, so we have the hello world in the thing. Can I do the formatting from command line? I mean, so we are doing the prettier, like npx prettier npx prettier write dot. Shit. Need to install the following packages prettier. Proceed. Target test.js. Where will it install it? Like in the current folder? Node modules? Or where did it install it? I don't see the node modules. So if I do this, and then I do that, but it doesn't write anything. That's not pretty. Oh, it's because I don't have the prettier config, I guess, here. Yeah. Oh, prettier ignores the git ignored files. No ignore. Unknown option, no ignore. VS Code. All right, fine. Let's close the VS Code. If you don't like it. I don't know, let's just format it here. I think I should be able to format from the new Vim too. Well, I mean, the formatter here is different though. Something happened, but not what I expected it to do. Or did nothing happen here? No, yeah, it does formatting, but a weird formatting. With different settings. If I switch to the new Vim. Let's just npx prettier write this. Maybe I just configure the prettier. If your file matches anything in there, prettier is done with you. I don't have prettier, ignore. Prettier require config. Prettier debug check. That's what we want. Prettier debug check. It doesn't say anything. Parser Babel. It just doesn't do anything. The file is outside of the project root. Another formatting is okay. No. I'm doing in the terminal now, right? Let's do it from scratch. npx run prettier. Right, file.js does nothing. What the fuck? Okay, but it still doesn't work. Does it do anything? What if I like... Oh no, but I don't know how to write without... oh, no auto commands W, right? Like this. To write without formatting, because I have a format on save. So this doesn't do anything. Why does it not do anything? Anyone uses JavaScript in this world? Like it seems like my ChatGPT cannot help me either. JavaScript ecosystem is so cool. I mean, it's probably I'm doing something wrong, but why? What am I doing wrong? Isn't this what I'm supposed to do? It's just not doing anything. What? There is no configuration. I mean, this file is ignored though, for sure, right? Let's try to move this file to not ignored JS, and then try to prettier the not ignored JS, right? Is this going to do anything? It's thinking. It's thinking. But I literally passed this as... And now it's just going to be thinking for like 1 billion years. Okay, yeah, this did something. So ignoring the file. Yeah, but I want this file to be ignored. Seems my file is get ignored. But I want it formatted anyway. Ignore path. Oh, ignore path is like changing the git ignore, right? That's what we have there. Path to a file with patterns described defaults to git ignore and prettier ignore. Yeah. Multiple values are accepted. And then we need to like... ignore path. Can I just do this, for example? Target JS. Oh, so dev null is what we do. Okay, sure. Dev null is what we do. Okay, fine. Let's maybe do something in the just file. Let's do like run JS args. Let's basically do cast compile output type JavaScript args int into target output.js. I don't know, test.js, sure, whatever. And then we do node target test.js, but I want to pre-tier it first, right? So npx pre-tier right target test.js, ignore path div null, right? So then we like just do just run JS examples test like that. Okay, so then there we go, and then we have the hello world. Okay, nice. Maybe let's commit all of that stuff. This one should be deleted, but everything else is okay, I think. Hello JavaScript. Okay, so what is next? Right now we just do this thing. Where's my cast language server, by the way? Where's my syntax highlighting? Hello? LSP info. Where's my language server? Why is NeoVim not working? Cast. Like, it's supposed to work. Oh, maybe this file is not listed. Wait, no, it definitely should be listed, right? That's the test. Like, what about the workspace itself? It's not like LSP start. Hello? LSP info. Like, look at this. We have configured the cast language server. The file type is cast root markers workspace ks, which I have here. It should be working, but it says that I only have the TypeScript. Or is it because I opened the TypeScript file now like literally no other language server is going to work in this repository because it's NeoVim? Is that how NeoVim works really? Or like that's how TypeScript language server is configured there for some reason? What if I open the cast file first? Then we have this working. That's so weird. Hold on. So if I just open NeoVim and then I open the JavaScript file like this, then it initializes the like this language server, and then if I go after this to my cast, then it's not even like starting the LSP at all. Or is that because my LSP is configured incorrectly? Because maybe it's because this, right? I say reuse client is this function, but this function just returns true all the time. Maybe it's because I have the because I have some language server opened already. Like, so this function should say something else. Did anyone configure your own language server? What should reuse client be for my LSP to true? One LSP client per workspace, right? But this like but this means that if I open JavaScript file, then my cast files are my cast LSP will never start. A reuse client root does not mean only one LSP ever. It means one client per root. If your client, a cast LSP never starts after opening a JS file, then one of these is busted. The root detection is too greedy. You probably detect root on something generic like Git or whatever. JS opens first, root gets claimed. Your file type is wrong. You're sharing a root when you shoot JavaScript project root, not cast project root. Well, but the root like folder is the same, I guess. Anyway. So what I want to do, separate roots, give cast its own root marker. I mean, I already have my own root marker. Here's my root marker. All right, who complained about VS Code? Why are we doing the new Vim, this new Vim stuff, which doesn't work? Good. That marker is fine. Client. Root markers alone are not enough. File type must gate root resolution. What does this even mean? Lock file types down. File types is cast. Bro. Hold on. Let's open this thing. Let's edit the home Nix files, neo vim, my config, UI, this thing cast. Bro. Oh, it was you? Sorry, my bad. Alright, now it's fine, Maybe I should just fix my new Vim. I want my LSP to work in all of the editors. We also like have Helix, which is missing the syntax highlighting currently, because Helix doesn't implement semantic tokens from the LSP. But we could generate tree-sitter grammar or something. Reuse client is true is enough. This function is redundant. Sure. Root markers is wrong. Root markers isn't a top level option. It's usually handled via root dir. Your currently code does nothing with it. You need something like this. Root dir. Is that true? I think I was following the documentation though of the Vim LSP config when I was doing this. This doesn't exist in Neo Vim. Well, I mean, I think ChatGPT has just old information too. Reuse works per project root. Maybe we ignore this. I don't know how to. I don't want to look into this right now. Let's instead just open the cast file first, I guess. And that's it. I want neovide. Just to make sure that this language server works. And then after that, I probably can open the JavaScript and it will also work. And now I actually have this and I have that. So I have like now two, but the order of opening the files should be that. Okay, whatever. So what was I trying to do? We have hello world, but this is a hello world which is not using the standard library, which is just this. It works. There's a lot of like extra generated code, so we could generate less nonsense in the JavaScript, right? Because this for the hello world is maybe a little bit too much. Or we can just ignore this and do the standard library and see what's happening there. So let's just run the hello. JavaScript transpiler. Oh yeah, and then I need this to work in the background. For my OCaml. So line 133, use.star. Use.star does not work. Okay, so I actually need to implement the use thing. Let's go back to test.js and make this like simplified example. Let's just say that our standard library is this, you know. Here's the minimized version of standard library. Const std is this. Like that. And then we like say use std star, for example, right? So if I like just run this examples test, then wait, hold on, it doesn't work. What? No, oh, because this is native, right? We also want, I guess, this to depend on the interpreter that we use. So if we use the actual interpreter, target name is interpreter. Then we just do native io print s, but if target name is JavaScript, then we do this stuff, right? We do CFG like that. So this works in the interpreter, but then we want to do this in JavaScript test. All right, so we start with the same one. No, actually, line 27. Line 27 is this. So we have a tuple. Wait, hold on, I have tuples here. Oh yeah, I do have a tuple. Yeah, because the standard library is basically this thing. Okay. Sure, let's do this. So we have a tuple value. This just has a tuple. We can ignore the type, I guess. So this is a tuple of value tuple fields. So we're going to return the object here, right? We are going to return the object with list being tuple to sequence to list of sequence map function. So this is member and tuple field member and field. So this is going to be value tuple field. That's like a tuple here, right? Because it's a sequence. Yeah. So now I need to like convert the member into the field, right? Tuple field member. Let field be this. Let's create a function called tuple field. This is going to be tuple member into string, which is basically if we have a name, then it's just name. But if it is index I, then it is int to string I. I don't know. Let's just do that for anonymous fields. So we have a field, and then we return field and value. So where value is field dot. So this thing has a place, and then I like claim the place here, or I mean I read this thing, right? Cast interpreter read place, I think. Span context span. Let context is effect. Perform get context. What's up with the cursor animation? That's the NeoVide. It's a front end for NeoVim, which introduces the animations. Field places type string. No, it doesn't. Are you? Why is this thing? Why is OCaml lying to me? Jump to definition failed. I love the fact that OCaml LSP like literally doesn't work most of the times. Field places type string. Well, I mean, I guess it's telling me the same error, but it's it's because this. Okay, no, it is a string indeed. That makes sense. But why can I not go to the definition over here? That is like beyond my understand. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, my go to definition literally doesn't work. No LSP definitions found. Beautiful. Lava camel. Maybe I can LSP restart here. Oh, there you go. If I restart the LSP, then it works, kind of. Field. Let's call it field name. Field name. And let's rename this to tuple field name. Is renaming going to work? Of course not. Of course renaming doesn't work in OCaml. So this is a value, and then I need to like transpile value here. Okay, and then I need to like restart the language server for okay. Yeah, well, I mean, classic OCaml. Okay, line 44. This. So now we have a value function that is constant. Okay, sure. I think so. We have expression function, and then we have the value function. The difference, there is no difference for me here. So I need to just say function definition. How about that? So we have function definition, which is maybe compiled function, which should return JS expression, and this is that. Why does it say format request failed, no machine language servers? And then it actually formats this. And this is the NeoVim issue. I don't know, like this is very weird. It's because there is some other LSP that is working for this, or is that right? Active clients, cast, OCaml, and TypeScript. Does it mean that it's trying to format this file with all of the 3 language servers? Is the problem in my cast though? Maybe the problem is cast is misconfigured still. Or maybe it's a new Vim. Okay, context. Context is effect perform get context. Line 59. Yeah, this is the function. So over here we have a function value. This has type. Go to definition failed. I'm going back to VS Code. NeoVim doesn't work or is misconfigured. Also, I guess I can just click this. How do you like go to the file? Like when you see the error and you are working in your NeoVim, how do you go to the file? In VS Code, I can just click it. And in NeoVim, I need to like select it somehow with like 10 different motion commands, copy this, and then like go to that file. Or is there an easier way? Line 59. I don't like the fact that it says exception failure. It's not printing it to me. Which is weird. Handle effects. Isn't that what I want? I looked it up, it's cool and all, but Vim and its friend offered a lean and unbloated way to edit code and similar text. I don't like the direction they are taking. Who? The Neovide? The front end? It still is Vim, which is still having the same way of editing code. It's just a front end. Like in the other, like if you don't use Neovide, then you actually use the terminal, which is another front end, but which has more limitations. For no reason. But yeah. When you say unbloated way, I see a limited way, because smooth scrolling is a feature which makes it easier to follow the code when you're scrolling. And same goes with the animated cursor, in my opinion. If you think that's bloat, I mean, sure, that's an opinion too. Limitations are an advantage. Well, that's an opinion, which I don't agree with, yes. It's like similar about programming languages, right? I'm trying to make a programming language here, which you would consider bloated, I guess. Like, if you don't like bloat, why don't you write assembly directly? And why do you like write your higher level languages instead of writing assembly directly? That's a limitation. Without bloat. No? Where is my logic wrong? Line 59. Function. Okay, function here. Terminal doesn't only offer limitations. GUI also has a few limitations that terminal doesn't. For example, because terminal is a GUI without the features, right? What is the limitation of the GUI? If terminal itself is a specific version of the GUI, high-level languages solve something, pixel smooth scrolling does not. Well, I just told you that it does solve it. Like, what do you prefer when watching a movie? Do you prefer a slideshow or an actual, like, smooth animation? You know? That's the same. Like, it makes you, like technically you could watch a slideshow and you would still understand the meaning, right, of the things. But in order to easier understand what's happening on the screen, editing code isn't a movie. Yes, but like you still need to be able to follow where your cursor is, and animated cursor helps you track the cursor. It solves an issue. Like when I'm watching somebody code on stream and they use Vim, then they just like teleport around the things and I get lost all the time. So that's what this thing solves. We can do that already in the terminal. What can you do in the terminal? Smooth scrolling? Because, like, I mean, yeah, you can, but that's like there is a plugin for Vim, right? Which is solving the same thing as the Neovide, which does that just in the terminal. But that's just working around the limitation of the terminal. It's just not as good as the Neovide. It makes it better, easier on the eyes, if you have it actually smooth. Function def. Line 2, 2, 2, 4. So yeah, and then we have the target dependent stuff. Target. Find target dependent branch. That's what we want. We have the list. The type here is branches. So this is in the branches. Welcome back, Penguin Operator. Value target, that's what we want. Value target. Target. Context target. State. So now I need the yeah, but this needs the interpreter state. Okay. So when I'm doing the transpilation, we potentially need to do some interpretation because this needs to, yeah, it needs to run actually stuff. Okay, sure. So transpiling should actually take the interpreter here. So context should have the interpreter state, and I should, let's just call this interpreter, and I will also need the target, which is value target. Can you pipe the contents of the entire GUI window to a file? That took you a while to come up with a feature that you think is present only in a terminal. Well, I mean, yes, it's called screenshotting. That's how we do it, like over here, and then I can put it into a file. You missed my previous message. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can screenshot it, I guess. If you want like the contents of this window, then you, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's not limitation by design though. That's limitation by implementation, because like that could, like if I want to find on the current screen where like find text in this, for example, or whatever, that could be implemented. It's just not implemented because that's like, how often do you use that? Right? Like, do you need to copy the text of the file tree? Why would you do that? But it could be implemented if needed. So it's not the limitation of the GUI. It's the limitation of something that's not implemented because nobody needs it. But I don't know, something like a hovering thing, and this in the documentation can contain like an image in the GUI, but it cannot contain an image in your NeoVim. That's the limitation of the NeoVim that cannot be fixed. Unless you write like a pixelated like stuff with ASCII art, which is a rough approximation of the actual image. Sometimes you need to copy the diagnostic info, but editors don't always expose them as copyable text. I don't know. Who doesn't expose it as a copyable text? Imagine a blind person challenging the advantages of glasses by asking whether glasses can be used to tap objects in order to get sound from them for orientation. Wait, who's the blind person? Am I the blind person, or are the Vimers the blind people? Well, I mean, both sides don't see the upsides of the other like side sometimes, but I mean, NeoVim is okay, but VS Code just has more features, so it's better for me. You can call it bloat, but it has more features, which are useful. it does not provide no value, and similar to like even the things like the smooth scrolling, it is a feature which is useful. It's not bloat in my opinion. So with context, this should have the state, which is the interpreter. Target. Now I want to know what the type of this is. Just name, yeah. So target name is JavaScript. Like later we will have more information about the compilation target, but for now we just have the names. So that's all. Okay, so now we find target dependent branch using the context state inside the branches, using the target. Why does it say substate? If it's not substate, it's just state. Interpreter state. This expression has type context. No, it doesn't. Hello? Oh, it has interpreter. Okay, we don't do .state, we just say .interpreter. There you go. But the error was still wrong here, I guess. Branch. Okay, so now we say that branch is option, unwrap, or else panic, fail, no JavaScript, CFG branch. Okay, so now we have the actual branch, which is a expression target dependent branch, which has a condition and body, but I just need the body here. So branch body is the one that needs to be transpiled, right? Transpile expression body. There we go. Let's see if this works. Nope. Yeah, so this should have a state, which should be compiler interpreter, I guess. Sure. Okay, now line 167, which is an expression use.star. So this just brings all of the things into scope. That's all. That's all. Can you do something like this in JavaScript already? Can you do this in JavaScript already? Somehow? Like, can we just say... Can I just say that, like, object A is, you know, X is 1 and Y is 2. And then, like, instead of saying X is AX and Y is AY, can I import all of them? Isn't that what import is about? Or is import only working with, like, the paths and modules? Because, like, when you import a thing, you get the value anyway, right? But I mean, but even with import, you cannot import into the current scope, right? At all. JavaScript import. You can import star as num, so like it's still introducing a new like variable in the scope anyway. And if you want to introduce these things into the current scope, then you actually need to like list them. So there is no glob import. Spread operator. That's when you are doing it into another object, right? It's that, like, what I want is to introduce a bunch of variables which are all the fields of an object. Spread operator is when I construct a new object, then I construct it using the existing object, right? So we have like the same ones in B. But it doesn't modify the current scope, so X doesn't exist still. So what I want, like, if you explicitly write this, then you just say that X is AX and Y is BY, literally. Which is explicit. So in Python, when you import, you say like import star from like module or whatever, right? There is nothing like that in JavaScript. Yeah, the use is like for imports, but yeah. What's the reason for JavaScript not allowing the glob imports? I mean, I can see why, but also, like, isn't it nice to be able to import things directly into scope instead of explicitly listing them? I can see why it can be bad, though, for sure. But there's already a lot of bad things in JavaScript. Just one more wouldn't hurt, for certainly, right? Oh, we actually have the binding list here. So like I have this, and it's easy. I already have this calculated, it seems. Do I? I don't remember doing that. But I guess I do actually calculate the bindings. From inside of this thing. Yeah, sure. Alright, so let's first say that let used variable is... We need to create a new name used. Then we want to evaluate this. Use.star must be a statement, by the way. So... it should be over here. Alright, so we do let used var is equal to evaluate or transpile expression used. For my own type checker, I stopped using stopped and instead went for union find. I don't know what that means. But good luck. No substitution, but just union find. What is union find? Because I'm not doing it, I think. Or maybe I do, I have no idea. I don't know how my things are named. What I call substitution might be a different thing from what you call substitution. A data thing storing non-overlapping set. Oh, it's like disjoint union set. The DSU. Yeah. That I know. Yeah. But how do you do it without substitutions? If like substitutions are needed in the presence of generics, I think. Like otherwise, with just the unification, basically, you can only do monomorph can replace that for generics. I guess, yeah. But monomorphization is bad though for compiler performance. No. I'm literally thinking that I should not be doing monomorphization until like the very last stage where my language is already working, and like for debug builds I want no monomorphization. I was reading the thing yesterday, which maybe you should look into too, which is called existentialize your generics. This thing over here. So this is how Swift is implementing generics. They don't do monomorphization. I think there's like a better link somewhere without that stuff. But yeah, basically you don't do monomorphization. But it is like not the dynamic I mean, it is dynamic dispatch, but different than what you usually see in languages like Java and stuff. So you don't actually box all the values. It has not that much overhead, and like this paper specifically is talking about like the overhead. So where they have implemented that. So I don't know. I don't know what these graphs are saying, but I think it says that the overhead is like twice, which is good enough for me. But I'm not sure what this actually means. I don't remember. I didn't read these things. But yeah. It's basically like not boxing every value, but instead, when you are having a generic, you have your generic argument as an actual argument at runtime. So you don't do full type erasure. You still are passing your types as runtime arguments, but as like the metadata of the types for like how much size is required to allocate that that type and stuff like that, you know. And then your like trait implementations also are being passed around at runtime. Okay, so we are saying let use variable be this, and then I need to introduce all of the variables. So we say bindings, this is a list, list map, binding. So for every binding, I need to like say that we assign, we just say let variable, which is binding name of binding, is equal to get in the field of object, which is the variable used variable, and the field itself is the binding name again. The field itself is a binding name again? Yeah, sure. Like that, I think. Let's see what happens. Okay, look at this. Hello world. It works. Okay, so now the code that we're compiling is this. Which is like a stripped down version of the standard library, and we do see hello world on the screen. Nice. If we look at the transpiled code, it looks like this. 69 lines of code. Nice. So this is our standard library. It has the string and it has a print, which is that. And then there's a lot of noise here, which we could optimize. But okay, so this is more. I should start doing like the proper commit messages at some point. Maybe when we start rewriting the language itself. Okay, so we have hello world. We want a stripped down version of the standard library. Can I have the npx preacher to run faster? It says 45 milliseconds. Does it mean that it like prettifying it to 45 milliseconds? But it looked like it was running for a while. Is it doing something? npx? Maybe it's trying to like update the prettier or something. Is it doing internet before actually running that? I don't know. But anyway, so if I try to run the actual hello world, which is using the actual standard library, then we are going to see other issues. Line 65 is yes, because we have generics now, right? Let's also do another test. Let's just improve our test here to have something generic happening here. So I want basically, so this is printing a string, and then we want like dbg, right, which is another thing which has another print, right? And this is a generic which can print anything of type T, right? Like X of type T. So I guess it's going to be like really similar, because console log can do debug printing anyway, but this is going to like spit the debug the representation of JavaScript, of how we like store the values in JavaScript, but it's okay. Maybe I don't know if that's how it should work, and maybe we should like have a different function for that. I don't know. But yeah, basically if we say, so right now if I try to run this, it just prints hello world. If I do dbg print, then it's printing. It should not be IO print, it should be like dbg print here. Then it just prints this as a string like that. With everything escaped and stuff, right? So if I try to run this test through the node, then this doesn't work because we don't have the generics. Okay, let's just do the generics. Line 65, value generic. But generic is literally just a function. So don't I just do definition function here? And then the next step is probably instantiating. So line 221 is instantiation of the generics. So if I have generic and argument here, then this is no different than calling a function. Can I just do that? Can I just do that? Line 132. Now we have the field, right? Because we say dbg dot something, so we need to get the field place. Expression field object field. This is a field expression. Let's see, match field. Let field name is match field with index I, then tuple field name index I, name, tuple field name, name, expression. Wait, bad cop? Is rating? Hello there. The streams merged. You never saw it coming. I never saw it coming. I didn't know you were streaming. Wait, were you streaming when I don't remember now. My memory is like my memory is so short that I don't even remember when I looked on Twitch before I started the stream who was streaming. Oh, you only streamed 2 hours. Okay, yes. What were you doing today? Welcome, Raiders. How are you doing? We're transpiling my programming language to JavaScript here. And we already have Hello World working. And I'm just like implementing other things. But I'm probably going to end the stream in a second. I don't know, we'll see. Looking at some welcome things. Don't end, I'm learning. Alright. What have you learned today? Alright, class. What have we learned today? Anyone wants to... How much Vulkan have you done, Kuvi? I just pay you to solve my problem. I never did Vulkan. I was always doing OpenGL. And what I heard is Vulkan is just a big mess. So I'm not even sure that I want to get into it. If I was to switch from OpenGL to something else, then I would probably go to the WGPU, I think. You're learning basic navigation things. I think I'm just mostly just using the LSP to navigate through code, right? So like I'm often like clicking the things to go to the definition. Also, sometimes I'm using sometimes over here I want to go to the type of this, right? This is expression. This over here is not clickable, which is unfortunate. The LSP could do that, but they did not implement that. But instead I press F12 here and I go to the definition of the type to look at it. Which is another useful thing. But yeah, well, mostly through the LSP, I think, is what I'm doing. You're not doing Vulkan from scratch, just trying to glue your compositor to Godot. Isn't Godot using OpenGL? I thought I saw somebody like diving into the source code of Godot and there was some OpenGL stuff there. It does both? Okay. Name. Okay, so this name is a label, right? So this would be a label, a get name, a name, then. So field name is a string. This is place expression field. Object is place expression. This is an expression. So should I just say something similar to this, where we have object, and object is evaluate place of the object, and then we return the place of var, but not var in this case, a field where object is this variable and field is this field name, right? That's what I do. Let's see if that even works. Okay, well, seems like it doesn't. Here's the code that I generate. It also can do dx12 and metal. Yeah, so it has like its own abstraction layer then, which is basically what WGPU is. So like, why would I want to do Vulkan directly? Because if I do Vulkan and I want to target like Max and whatever, then I need to do metal anyway. So you like just use an existing abstraction. Which is why I'm using OpenGL right now, because like before WGPU existed, OpenGL was the cross-platform thing. Now there is also the SDL GPU API, which I don't know if anyone is using because it's too fresh. Okay, let's try to read this very readable code that I have generated. This is just transpiled this code here. So what is the problem? So we do hello world. This over here, this null means that this is the type of the generic. This is me instantiating the generic, right? Right. So maybe like the field is not correct. You got JavaScript working? Yeah, we have like some. Right now it's very ugly code. I will probably optimize this a little bit, because this should just be like 10 lines of code at most, probably. But it's supposed to be working right now. I just need to find a bug in my generation. I just introduced the field accessors. Oh wait, I know why. Hold on. Because this variable is a place, and this does not have a field. That's right. Right? What's the thing? Value.get is not a function. That's right. Because, I mean, shouldn't it say that this doesn't exist? Or whatever? But the field exists behind the reference. So this variable contains the place. Place is just a reference to the object. So I don't actually get the value behind the reference. But maybe I should. Maybe I should. I shouldn't claim this thing, maybe. Maybe I shouldn't claim this thing, but I should like read place. Which right now we will have the same implementation. but later it will be different. There you go. Hello world, look at this. But how do I do the actual debug print? Is it possible in JavaScript, instead of doing console log, like I want to see the string as an object, you know? Like how do I do this? If I do console log like A and B, like if I do console log like you know, like something, X is 1 2 3, and you use colons here, right? Then you see this string escaped. How do I make this string escaped if this is like the top level thing? Is that possible? Any JavaScripters around? It's not debug, right? Debug just changes the log level, I think, right? I'm JavaScripter, what's the question? I want to print the string as a string representation, right? So in Python, you would say something like print wrapper value, right? How do you do this in JavaScript? Because it automatically does this if I use anything but the thing. Best is to use this JSON stringify. But JSON stringify is not allowing me to inspect the values. Like, I think it's like a little worse, because when you do console log, like x1 to 3, you see this like highlighted, and I would be able to like click the things in the browser. But if you do JSON stringify, then you lose this ability, right? Which is worse. This is just giving me a string, which like I lose the features in this case. Then do type of foo is string, then JSON stringify foo. There's probably like a better way to do that though, right? Let's see if ChatGPT knows JavaScript better than bad cop. Can I console log string but have it presented as escaped string and be syntax highlighted and everything? So JSON stringify is meh. Couldn't just do this? I mean, if you just add the strings, no, you don't. Like, oh, you do util inspect. Colors true gives you syntax highlighting in the terminal. Oh, but okay. But this is a third-party library, which probably only exists in Node or whatever. What if I needed to work in browser too? In browser, you have to go roll your own thing. Browsers don't natively color console things like Node, a hacky but nice trick to use %C. You could just do console log string. I mean, yeah, I guess. So like we always do that. And in this case, we always do that. Like, it's just annoying that, like, I can, like, that there's no API. I'm pretty sure your way is the best. I'm pretty sure, like, so far, this is actually the best way to, like, surround this in, like, square brackets. but it gives me the square brackets for no reason. Let's see here. We can just do x into console log x, right? That's how we do it. There we go. Hello world. That's better for the debug printing. Like, because I really don't want to print the things as is inside of the string here. Sure, debug print will always do that. That's okay. We don't care about that. So this works. Does it mean that my entire standard library can work? Hello world. Of course not, because there's a lot of other things inside of the standard library. Line 2, 3, 4. We have expression generic. I mean, that's that should be doable. We have definition and type. So we can just say function definition here. Line 2, 4, 3. New type. Okay, so this is when we... Yeah, because like we basically have functions returning types, but we want types to kind of like not exist here. So we can just return null here. Okay, line 2, 3, 5 is the tuple expression. Okay, this is an expression, not a value. So we have parts. I think like my parts are literally what the JavaScript AST is already. We're going to create the object, and this has the list. So this has the list of let's call this object part. And object part is either a field, a name, string, value is expression, or the unpack, or whatever this was actually called. Someone said, I don't remember. But I think I have the semantics literally the same as in JavaScript, so we just translate it as is. The triple dot thing. I call it unpacking. Wait, hold on. It's not exactly the same because it works differently for unnamed ones. Spread. But hold on, or does it, right? If I have like a, which is like 1, 2, 3, and I want to have like 0 a, right? This is actually 0, 1, 2, 3, so it's actually working exactly as is. And so this works for arrays. But what if you do? Wait, hold on. What if you do an object? And you do dot a. You have like then 0, 1, 2, okay. But what if you do an array which has a and then has a again, right? This is the same array specified twice. What if I do this in the object way? then then it does not do that, right? So we have different semantics here actually a little bit. Based on if we do the array. Well, I mean, but oh, I think wait, is JavaScript array special objects? I'm not sure. Like, because as Badcop showed the other day, we can say object assign this. Object assign is what? No? Hold on. What do I even know? How do you do this again? Like, because arrays are actually objects, right? So you can say A is 1, 2, 3, and then object assign A, B, C, right? Wait, what? It replaced 1 with this. What does this? What did it do? Is it like replacing the random thing, or what happened here? second argument is the object. And what about the third argument then here? A, B is C. Okay, there we go. So we have an actual array. Okay, but what if I hold on. Dot A. Wait a second. This is not correct, right? Because dot A. Wait, no. Wait, what? No, yes. This is actually makes sense. Because because this is like the same thing. Yeah, okay. Whatever. It can have many sources. Yeah. Yeah, but so I basically replaced the first element here with B and then the first element with C because this is not an object. But if it's an object, then it's like replacing the fields with like this thing. Yeah, makes sense. These poor objects. I'm just wondering, like, because I have tuples which have both unnamed and named field, which is kind of like similar to this here. So right now I'm representing this as actually like I'm representing my tuples as objects with field like 0, you know, and then field name, you know, like this. But but in order to have like the unpacking semantics the same, I could have the representation like this, where we have unnamed, which is a list like that. You know, so my tuples could be like this, and then named are like the actual named objects. You know, where A is 1, and we separate this like that. And then the unpacking would actually work as I expected. I don't know. We can also just say that object assign. Wait, what is this? Function anonymous. Yeah, nice. Terminal update issue. All right. I think I'm just going to take a break. Let me just finish the little bit that I was doing here. So we'll say like field name is this, value is that, right? That's what I want. This function returns CST object part. So we have the JavaScript object with field name is get, value is get, and field name is set, value is set. And then we have pattern tuple for unpacking. Okay. Hello, Msoft. How are you doing? We have our JavaScript transpilation. We have hello world print. We can print it. We can debug print it, and we transpile that to JavaScript. Wait, what is that? Hold on, why does this not work? We're printing and then we're doing DBG printing. That is weird. That should work for sure. That is doing examples test. There's no tuples here, is there? We got a snow. Haven't seen snow on New Year for many years. I'm happy. Yeah, we have a lot of snow. I mean, not a lot, but I mean, yeah, more than usually too, I guess, right now. Why am I doing the pattern? There's no tuples here, right? In this code, I don't see any tuples here. In terms as far as patterns go. I mean, I can say what is the thing that I'm trying to transpile is being wrong here by saying like try with exception E, raise E, but then we will like log error. Like while transpiling this pattern span. Let's see which one. Oh, okay, but it's a failure. Wait, hold on. What? No. If this failure, this just raises an exception failure. I'm supposed to be catching it here, right? So why don't I see this in my terminal? Line... Oh, it's because it's in a different line. Line 185. Apply. Expression apply. Wait, what? Oh, because this is a statement. I see. Right. So in this case, we just... No, I guess we just ignore the result, right? We just say the call. In this case, apply. This is just expression. This just state the expression. Transpile expression, right? A single thing like that. Okay, there we go. Hello world. Hello world. Nice. Cast code, JavaScript code. Beautiful. Yeah, nice. Okay. I'm going to take a break and then we maybe will do a little bit more than hello world. So give me like 15 minutes or something and I'll be back. Hello, hello. All right, I'm done with the food. We can continue with JavaScript. Look at the clip now. Terminal update issue. Was this happening like today, you mean? Oh, it was today, yeah. I stopped updating there. Is this the Alacrity issue, or is this like Wayland issue, or is this like Hyperland issue, or OBS issue, or Linux issue? Like, what's the issue here? I don't know. Like, it seems like the other parts... Well, I mean... I guess this over here is not done by capturing, so we can, like, yeah. And there is no other motion happening on this screen anywhere anyway. So yeah, I guess just the capturing. JavaScript, I love it. Copyright programmers are so humans. Yeah, we use JavaScript as the compilation target. And we have a hello world. But I want, this over here is a fake standard library, minimized standard library basically. So that we implement it feature by feature. Hello world is working and we need to like make other things work. Which are, if we use the actual hello world, we are complaining about line 101, which is a pattern tuple, right? So let's have this in our test. So here's our standard library. Let's not do hello world. Let's instead say something like this. Let function be I don't know. Let's say this. Print both. Print both is A and B into print A and print B, right? That's what we want. And then we print both hello and world, right? There we go. That's what we want. So this is going to error out in line 101 too, because this is a function that takes 2 arguments. So we need to pattern match because 2 arguments are just a tuple of 2 things. So we have a tuple here. Parts. Let's see, how do we implement pattern matching in JavaScript here? We go... we do list dot map. We parts into map into flatten, I think. But what do we map? We have a function part. So this is a pattern tuple part of match part with a part is either a field, name and value, or it's packed. Let's just not implement the unpacking for now. We have a label. Label. Hello, OCaml, dear OCaml, can you go to the definition properly? Restart. No, like that's not the definition of the label. Why am I going to here? This is the one. It's an optional label. All right. So I need the I need the index to be maintained here. let index is rev0. So this is going to be like tuple field, which is tuple member, I guess, tuple member. In this case, going to be like let member is index member index +1. Is there something wrong with the syntax right now? There is. I want this to be here, actually. Match label with none. Then we do this. Some name. Okay, so now we have this part, value field. So this is going to be field pattern. So we do pattern match, field pattern, with me getting the field of the place, right? So field place of place with field tuple member. Okay, so what is field place? I just I'm going to extract the function from place expression field over here. So we have an object which is place expression. This over here. This field name is a string, but I feel like that could be a tuple member. Can I return? Let's define the function first. Field place is so place is going to be expression place, and then field is maybe tuple member, and this will give me the expression. Field place of JavaScript variable var field member. Okay, hold on. Let member be tuple member like that. So this should be just index or name. Well, I mean, this is just going to be tuple field name, field member, and this object is place. Okay. So field place or field member. This member must be tuple member. It is a tuple member. But what is place? I just need to do this without parentheses. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, looks like that did not work. Undefined, undefined. Okay, beautiful. That's not the code that I written here, of course. Should print hello and then print world. How about we have argument? Let's do dbg print arg. And then we say let a and b to be equal to argument, because that's basically supposed to be the same thing, right? But my argument is actually this empty object, which is of course not correct, which is why we get the undefined there. So it's because print both. Did I not finish writing something like expression field, expression tuple maybe? Oh wait, oh that's exactly what I did. I did not finish writing that. Okay. So when we construct that, we need to create the object. But what are the fields? We're just going to say for now parts. Map function part. So this is going to be expression tuple part. This should return the object part. So we're going to match part with field label span field is value basically, and we do something unpack packed. Then we let's not implement unpacking for now. So we have label. This label is option. Well, I mean, yeah, if it's an object, yeah, that's sure that index is ref0. Then over here we say member is match label with none. Then let member be tuple member index is index plus 1 member. If it is some label, then we say name get name label get name label. And now that we have this member, we are going to return field. So this is a function that's returning JavaScript AST object part. So name of the field is tuple field name of the member, and value is transpile expression value. And the packing is not implemented. Okay, so now we have the object where 0 is hello, 1 is world, but the pattern matching did not work for some reason. Let's take a look at pattern matching again. Pattern matching. I mean, I don't know. Let's try to see the generated JavaScript. Yeah, so we like create 0 is hello, 1 is world. Shouldn't I get the field 0 somewhere? Is there a way that when you wait, hold on, when we generate JavaScript code, there is a way to like annotate something? Like there's a feature called source maps, right? Source maps, JavaScript, source map. Source map is a JSON file format that maps between the minified or transformed code received by the browser in its original unmodified form, allowing the original code to be reconstructed and used when debugging. Can I like have a source map to like my original language before transpiling so that I can debug the JavaScript that is transpiled and stuff? Yes. I should do that. It's probably not very difficult. You just need to understand how to generate the file, right? Kind of like line in C. So we just like put what line and what is the position when I'm generating this, right? Is it like comments like that, right? Source mapping index. No, it's a separate file, right? And we have mappings. Interesting. Source map format specification. That's what we want. Let's try to fix the problem first, though, that I'm having. I don't think I mean, this would be nice, but maybe not today. I don't know, unless it's like very easy. But this specification is big. I don't want to be reading the specification right now. So the problem is pattern matching because, okay, so I'm calling the function print both, right? So yeah, there we go. Print both is this variable. So this is the function print both, which is this function. That's my argument. That's my argument. And then we have this argument. Okay, sure, that's the place of this argument. That's the value, and this is the place, the reference to the argument. So then we have object. So we're trying to get the field, right? The field number 0. No, hold on. This is getting the field print. Yeah, because I'm doing print. No, this is dbg print. Yeah, this is dbg print of this entire thing. Okay, so this is what we are looking at, right? This the a, we say let a be equal to this dot 0, right? So this is just well, I mean, yeah, look at this. We are returning this index that's 0, but that is wrong because this is a reference, so I need to dereference it before getting the thing. Okay, it makes sense. I think I know where the issue is. It's because field place is not correct, right? Because we need to not just get the field of the place, we need to get the field of the value stored in the place. So I need to say place I need to like read place and then get the field out of that. There you go. Oh, that didn't work now. Object get is not a function. Let's see where this has been used. Field place member, field place pattern match place. This pattern matches a tuple. Okay, and then eval place return field place. Well, I mean, yes. So now, because this is that, this over here is, wait, no, this is a place. Yes, this is a place, and then we want the member there. Hold on, no, this is correct, I think. So this is get print object get. I mean, yeah, what's the problem here? Object 117787. This object. Oh wait, this object we just get it immediately. I see. Which is dbg. So this is the dbg. That's my object, okay. But it's because I'm like claiming the value here or something. Object var, so we, oh yeah, over here, read place. Read place is not necessary anymore. There we go. That's all that we need to do. We just evaluate the place, and like reading the place is happening inside of the field place already. There we go. There we go. Now we have a hello world, and we can do pattern matching. Nice. Print both. So we can just take this as argument A and B, which is the same stuff. Hello world is printed. Okay. Let's see the next step. What is the next thing? The next thing is line 245. So this is references. Yeah, now we want to be able to work with references. Let's also make a simple example here, right? Let's do something mutable, actually, right? Let's say something like this. Let's say something like this. What should I say? Let's say let mut message be hello, right? And then print message. Print message is print message, and then we say print message, and then we say message is world, and then we say print message. It's not going to work either because we probably don't have Wait, no, this is a reference. Wait, what? Oh, it's because hello. I need test. But test doesn't work because of line 131. So this is assigning to an existing place, which is basically mutating a place, right? So we have assigning to a place. This gives me a place expression. So we need to say that place is evaluate place. And then we just... well, I mean, we're assigning this. This is a assigny place, which is different. Assigny place. So we just say that we are putting into this place that one, right? So we claim the place and we put it into the assigny place. So we say expression. So we just but assigning to a place is basically just calling a function set, right? So we call a function where a function is field value is claim place. Wait, this should be a list of things. So this is going to be expression call, right? Like that. Equal value call. Yeah, this is like args. We have a single argument, which is claim place, and the field is going to be of the object, which is assigny place, and assigny place needs to have the field, which is set, right? There we go. Okay, hello world, it works. Nice. What next? Assign a tuple. We can like maybe we can implement that real quick. I don't know. Maybe I don't need it yet. Hello world. Yeah, the example which actually has the references, I guess, right? So we want something like this. You know, we want let message reference is a mutable reference to message, right? And then we say message dereferenced is exclamation mark, and then we print message again or whatever. Type shape mutable is not string. Oh, message ref. This should be dereferenced, that's right. So this is not working because of line 254. Over here we have expression reference. So if we have a reference, this just says mut and place. So this is a place expression. This is where we want to take a mutable reference. Right now we just like when we transpile like this, we say that everything is mutable. But we can like remove some of the code that I'm generating by looking at this field, I guess. But let's just say that we do eval place place, and that's all. So like because the reference itself is a reference, so that's all that I need to do here. But then there should be expression like deref, place expression deref. For that to work, that's going to be the next thing, right? Line 188, yes, exactly. So we are dereferencing the expression. So we need to transpile expression, and this is my like reference. And now I need to just dereference it, which, I mean, we just do that. That's all. Because like evaluating this expression, this over here is the expression, which is a place, which is a reference. That's all that I need to do. Why is npx prettier running for like half a minute sometimes, and sometimes instantly? Anyone knows that? It didn't run on this instantly, even although the file is tiny. npx overhead. Any time you run, it checks if prettier installed locally. If not, it downloads a temporary copy from npm. That download check takes seconds, especially to the network. So it does not cache the thing to install it locally. We just do npm install prettier. But like it's also checking also only sometimes. I think. npm install. What is D? D is save dev, right? So that's literally what it is, I think. This help is not very helpful. But I'm assuming that this is the same thing. And then we can npx. Is it going to be instant always now? But I probably need the node modules now to be and should package lock. I mean, I guess I can keep the package stuff here because we don't commit the node modules, right? So that we could just npm install. Oh, save dev, put it here. Maybe D did it globally. No, this is save dev. So yeah, it saves it to the thing. That's right. Okay, so this works. Dereferencing works. Mutable references. Everything works. Okay, what does not work? Now on the hello. Line 307. A pattern match. Okay, yeah, let's do pattern matching. Let's do a simple example. Right, we're going to say that over here, we're going to say that like option is t, new type, none, or some t, and then let's say that option is some high, and then we do match opt with I don't know, let's actually do this. If opt is some message, then print message. Okay, line 293 actually. Yeah, because first we do the variant to construct the variant. Right, so how do we do some types in JavaScript, right? There is a lot of different options, but we are just going to say that it's an object which has a tag field and the value field. That's all, right? And the tags, just the strings there, I guess, maybe. Right. Symbols. Should I do symbols for the fields of like objects too? Because I can do that. I do have symbols. Can you have as object fields in JavaScript a symbol? A is symbol. You do that, right? And like B is symbol. And then A is equal to B is false, but A is equal to A is true. That's like how we do it. And can you do like object is empty object and object A is B? Object. You can, right? You can just put anything. Wait, you can have symbols as keys here. Isn't that better than the string fields? Because it's faster, right? Or does it not matter? Because it's going to JIT it anyway. I don't know if it can JIT like everything that I generate though. Symbols are smaller. I mean, yeah, because this is just an integer, basically, right? So it's supposed to be faster. But isn't it supposed to be JIT it anyway? But it's better, I guess. But then it means that I need to construct the symbol and then like refer to the symbol later. So where do I store the symbols? Well, I guess I should store it inside of the types, right? Because how do I know what is the symbol that's corresponding to the variant sum, right? It means that we need to actually have the option, like the type itself as a value, and inside of the value and inside of the type we store the symbols. So we say like option sum, and this is my sum symbol, right? And then we say like that my variant is an object which has like this field to be equal to, or I guess like we say that tag is this, and then value is whatever, right? That's how we would do it. And this is how we would represent like the none. And then option is some object which has like sum is symbol, and none is symbol. That's how you want me to do this? The problem though, like this is how the Node.js prints it. Can I have symbol? It probably has constructors, right? So I can like say sum here. Yeah. And symbol none. JavaScript symbol. Shared symbol in the global symbol registry. Oh, you have symbol 4, symbol key 4. But I mean, sure, okay. I mean, I guess in this case it's still going to be faster than comparing the strings. Maybe. Does JavaScript do the interning of the strings though, so that the comparison of the strings is like constant time anyway? Probably, right? Anyway, symbols are surely better. But I should use them for the fields too then, right? And then it means that I need to, but yeah, it means that I need to like inspect my types is like the downside, because that's where we store the symbols. Yeah. Let's not do the storing of the symbols yet. Maybe we'll do it later. I like the idea. For now, let's just do strings. Well, I mean, at the same time, I do know the symbols and I can like generate them in the beginning. Instead of storing them in the type, I can do a global thing. Right? So we have this context, right? So right now I'm just transpiling every like value into the AST, but if a value is using a symbol, then I can like say that we are using the symbols. So we have like some like referenced variables that we need to initialize before evaluating the resulting expression that I'm giving it. Do we need the types in JS or can we erase them? So I think we are not going to actually erase them. I mean, we are going to do this thing that I was reading about yesterday, the existentialization, where you have the type as the like at runtime you are storing the metadata of your type. So in this case, the metadata could be used for retrieving the symbols. And we can also, but we could also like I mean, in this one we mostly use it to like store the size and offsets, which is more about C than JavaScript. So I don't need like to know the size of a type and the offsets of the fields, but we still will I need to like get the implementations of traits somehow, right? And for that, I feel like we will need the types to exist, at least like in the form of ID or something, at least an ID of a type should be necessary, I think. But anyway, so when I'm transpiling something, before evaluating, I want to initialize some variables here, I think. So do I say like prepend, which is going to be a list. This is going to be mutable. I'm going to mutate it, and it's going to be a list of just statements, I guess. What do I do before evaluating this thing? Maybe. So we are going to wrap this AST into another thing, which is going to initialize the things first, right? So can I say impulse scope? Which is going to be like return this in the end, but before returning that, we are going to initialize the thing. So context prepend added to this, but I need to calculate this first. Result. And over here it's no longer needed already. So then we say prepend is just an empty list. But then because I'm going to add to the end of this list because in a camel the lists are, it's easier to add to the beginning than to the end. A little bit annoying, but I mean, yeah, let's just not care about that. That's just performance thing. Yeah, after we type check, the program is safe, but yeah, we can monomorphize, but I don't want to monomorphize exactly. The reason I don't want to do monomorphization is because monomorphization is bad for compile times, right? Monomorphization is the thing that is probably going to be the last thing that I ever do in this language after I can work in the language already. So first goal is to have fast compile times so that I can actually use the language to write something useful, you know? So I'm specifically trying not to do monomorphization. Yeah. And we can store like the type information in the values themselves, but it's better to not do that. So like that's like the different approaches, right? We have monomorphization, we have like the classic dynamic dispatch where the type information is stored inside of the value. That's how they do it in like the JVM and stuff like that, right? And then we can do existentialization, which is kind of like which is what Swift does. And which is probably what we are going to do when we are targeting not JavaScript but the native code, but still want to have performance, but still want to have like fast compile times, because the performance overhead of that stuff is not that big, supposedly. Monomorphization is still like faster, but that's when we want to do the actual like final release build for maximum performance. And I'm not going for that yet. Anyway, so we have expression variant. This has label span. We can ignore that. Data. No, not data. Like I call these different things. In this place I call it value, which is an optional associated value to the variant. Okay. Right. So when we construct an expression variant, we just create the JSAST. We create an object. With the fields named tag's value is going to be equal. So over here we want to do the symbol, right? But this means so this label is already label data. Like I have IDs here. So I know if to like, yeah, I can just use the ID here is what I'm saying, I guess. Well, I mean, actually, do I even construct a symbol? I just like, what is faster, using symbols or just using integers? Because I can just have an integer here. Symbol is better for printing though, right? Because we still have the associated stuff here. Yeah, maybe. Fine. Let's have like symbols. Mutable symbols. Mutable symbols. Let's do that. This is going to be an ID map. So a map from the ID of the symbol into the something. Symbols or strings are nice for debugging. Yeah, I can do strings really easily here. It doesn't really matter also here. So I don't know, maybe maybe we don't care about that. Should this be an expression? I mean, this should be like variable name, the name, right? Yeah, I think so. So value is going to be a symbol for a label, label get data ID. Okay, and then the other field is going to have name. The other thing is going to have name is data, I guess. And value is transpile expression value. But this is an optional one, right? So I only want this field if it exists. But I can just say that this is undefined, right? So match value with some value, then we transpile it. But if it's none, then we just say undefined, literally, right? And then symbol for is having ID and returns name. And by the way, if it returns name, then it should be like JSAST var of this, right? So that's how we reference it. Symbols is ID map empty. So when we calculate the symbol for, we match. Context is effect perform get context. Context symbols ID map find opt ID. So if it already exists, then we return that, and if it does not exist, then we need to insert it, right? So we say that name is JSAST. So we generate a new name here for this variable, which is going to be like symbol for this ID. Sure. I mean, I can also like have this named like as the actual label name originally. Whatever, it doesn't matter. So yeah, we return name, we say context symbols is context symbols ID map add ID name. And also we say that context prepend, we need to do another thing. Prepend. We need to do another thing. Let's just have a function prepend, which will have like also a list, because why not? Let your ancient programming trick has worked once again. What do you mean? Var is name. So we assign this, we assign the symbol, and symbol is just raw. Value is raw symbol, like this. Unbound constructor let and prepend statements is context is that. I would say context prepend is context prepend and statements. I'm just going to do that. If you have a really weird problem that you cannot find anywhere online, someone somewhere is sitting in an IRC room waiting to help you. I think I only joined the IRC like twice in my life. Once is when I was writing a bot, so Twitch is like using the IRC protocol. And the second one, I don't remember. I asked something about some creating Rust, and they only existed in IRC for some reason. Which is like RC was popular for OG gamers. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not that old, basically. Twitch, what is Twitch? Is this not an IRC channel? I mean, it is. Although, I mean, I guess not anymore. They like the Twitch's IRC is deprecated, whatever that means, right? They have the new API now. Line 339. Okay, now we have expression match. Okay, so now when we do the pattern match, what do we do in the pattern matches? We have value and we have branches. Value and branches. Okay. So what do we need to do? What do we need to do? We need to... I mean, an expression match should be like statement or whatever, right? Scope. Scope. Transpile expression statements. Expression. Isn't that what I'm supposed to do here? Match. So this over here is going to be value and branches, because we're just going to iterate over the branches and like try pattern match, and if there's matches, then we do whatever, right? So first what we do is we do let var. So this is like the matched value. Var is generate name matched value. We assign to the variable the eval in the place, because that's the place there. Okay. This should return the list of statements, right? Yeah. So we do this let, and then after that we do list map. After that we do the branches, I guess. And well, I mean, no, hold on. I don't agree with that. Maybe I should have it as an expression so that I can actually like return. Yeah. Maybe I should do this as an expression and not as a statement. But we will have a scope. Like that. After all. But now we can return from this scope directly, right? Yeah. So we create this variable, and then branches. But like, so basically every branch is going to see if it matched, if it was matched. And if it was not matched, then if nothing was matched, then over here we're going to have non-exhaustive, which is like the final thing, right? So branches is something, and non-exhaustive is just going to be, so this is going to be just raising an exception, I guess. So we need a new thing, which is called JSAST raise exception. Do we just raise a string here, or do we raise an error, right? Error. Raise error. Raise error. Pattern match non-exhaustive. Raise error message. So this is a statement, right? That's going to be raise isn't it to me raising a call to function, which is error, right? And argument is string message, right? Like that is what we want, but this must have the raise of expression, because we can raise any expression, right, in JavaScript. Yeah, raise like expression, and we just print magenta raise this print expression precedence is raised expression. I don't know where raised is. Okay. Args. There's a single argument, which is string message. Yes, there we go. Unbound constructor let. Is there a way to run Discord is not in XBLN? It's so slow. What is slow? I don't know. Seems like it's okay to me. But it is Xvalent. I don't think there is a way to do it without, because that's what Discord needs. Maybe your Xvalent is slower than needed for some reason. Which would be weird. Okay, so branches is going to be branches list map. We have a function branch into what? So branch is an expression match branch which has pattern and body, right? So this is a pattern, this is an expression. So what we need to do is we need to have an if An if in JavaScript is only a statement, not an expression. But anyway, what we want to do here is JavaScript st. We do have ternary operator though in JavaScript if we want, but I will do an if where condition is basically like does match. I guess we need to check first that the pattern does match. Pattern and var represents the thing, right? Can I just say let statements is a reference to this, and then we will, yeah, we just do mutation like this instead. And so every time I do something, like I don't do let branches, I just say that statements is statements add to this thing, right? Is that doable? And over here, statements is statements and erase error, pattern match non-exhaustive, like this. Yeah, so we have if condition is does this match, then case is going to be what? Then case. This is my statement here, right? So we need to, we can actually return from this scope already. So, because, yeah, we can actually use the return here. So then case is going to be, and this is also a list of statements there, right? In the, yeah, because all of the bodies are list of statements. So we just do return the body. We return transpile expression body, but we, before transpiling the body, we perform the actual pattern matching, pattern and var, so that we can have the variables in scope. And then else case is going to be none. This one is optional. And that's all, right? So we need to create the new statement, which is an if, which has a condition, which is expression, then case is a statement list, and else case is statement list optional. If condition, then case, else case. I don't know why I tried coloring here and still, okay, but whatever, we are going to keep coloring it. Maybe at some point I'm just going to generate the JavaScript which is already formatted instead of relying on the prettier here. If print expression precedence, if condition condition then we open the curly bracket. Then we will close this after doing then case list iterate function statement. Well, we iterate by just using print statement like that. Well, I mean, not really. We do semicolon there. Where is the semicolon being printed? over here. Can I just say print statements body, and this is the what it is? Print statements fmt body is that. We're just going to call this like statements. Sure. Let's just do this then. And this is going to be in after condition. We just print statements, then case. Right? And then we say that like match else case with none, then we do nothing. If some else case, then we just print fmt we say else with a space. Do we need spaces? Sure. Print statements else case. Okay. Now does match is very similar to pattern match, but it doesn't actually assign the things, I guess. Well, I mean, we can we not like assign the things at the same time as like checking? So like shouldn't the pattern match return a boolean? I don't know. That's how I'm doing in my actual interpreter. Like, how would that work in JavaScript? We like assign to the variables, but it means that the variables must be defined basically in this scope of the expression match itself. How do you do this even? Like, because if you do, well, I mean, you can always do var, but var is like inside of the scope. Hold on. If you have something like this, hold on. A is symbol, right? Can if I have a function that does, you know, a is equal to 1 to 3. This is going to mutate the existing a, right? Outside of the scope. If I say a let here, then this is going to not modify it. So I need to not do a let there. But even if I do a var, I think that is inside of that scope of this function. Right? So how do I declare this? I just need to do on the outside that these are undefined first. I don't know. Let's just do this the separate checking and pattern matching, because why not? So it is very similar to pattern matching, right? It's going to be does match, which is pattern, and then expression place, and this is going to but this is an expression. This over here is a statement list, and this over here is going to be an expression which is a boolean, right? So we're going to match pattern shape and everything. If it's a placeholder, then it always matches. Sorry. So this should be just boolean true. Same goes for here. If it's a binding, that it's also true. It's mainly about the variant here, right? But the tuple but these guys, they have inner patterns, and we should like pattern match recursively, right? For example, this is a reference. This is a reference, and this is a pattern, a referenced pattern, right? So how do we pattern match here? We need to dereference this place and see that the dereferenced value matches this pattern, because this itself is a place which contains a reference, right? Yeah. So we just say read place, place, and then we say does match referenced pattern. Does it match the thing dereferenced, right? Okay. If I have a tuple, if this has parts, let's see here. So this should be like a bunch of ends, basically. Right? There should be a bunch of ends. Or we can also just do... I can do a scope here. And then we can like return from it if something doesn't match. So like we do this. So we go over all the parts. We see that stuff. So I don't do pattern match, but I do instead does match field pattern with the field place here. And if it does not match, then we return false from our current thing. Right? So we say wait, why is scope having expression list? No, scope should have body, which is a statement list. And this is expression. Right, yeah, so this over here, right? So does match gives me the expression, but we create a statement if condition is not, I guess. So we have a not does match. If does not match, and one constructor JavaScript AST. If we have this, so if it doesn't match, then we don't have any else case, but we have then case, which is basically return a boolean false. That's all, right? And then we have the expression not. Not expression. So this is going to be exclamation mark, print expression, precedence, not. And by default over here we return false, but what is in the end? In the end we need to return true if none of these parts return false. So if everything matched in the tuple, then we match here too, right? Yeah. So how do I do that? Do I like do this? And then I do and return bool true, right? Okay. I don't like how this looks, but okay. It's fine. Also, like the way OCaml is doing, like sometimes the indentation of 1, sometimes the indentation of 4, and sometimes like the indentation is like RNG. Makes it a little weird, but okay. I guess we could extract this to a function or whatever. Anyway, so we have now pattern variant. This is the important one. So when we have a pattern variant, I need to say that I'm matching label. Value is an optional pattern. A label is this here. So I need to say that label for symbol for label. Maybe I need to do like symbol for, they should have like label, which is label, and then I will have the ID is label get data label ID, like that. Yeah, how about that? That's better. Symbol for, and we just give it label. Why not? So over here we say symbol for label. That is what we do. So we have a yeah, we first need to like check this thing. So we just do scope still. We'll have an if. I mean, or we, in this case we could use the ternary operator, but let's fine. Let's just do this. If condition is if label is equal to the actual label. So what is the actual label? The actual label is how about we do let variable, let's create variable JavaScript generate name variant. So we are going to assign to this variable the reading the place. So now if a variable dot tag, we call it tag, right? So yeah, and this is going to be equals. Let's say like compare. Let's say compare. Operator is equals something like this. So like because that's for getting rid of copy pasta, I guess. So if equals, the right hand side is symbol for label and the left hand side is field of object, which is variable, and field is tag, right? So if variable.tag is equal to label, then then we just return does match the well, I mean, it depends here, right? Because we're just going to match value. So this is value pattern. Match value pattern with, if it's none, then we just return true. And if it is some value pattern, then we return does match value pattern, and field it's not field place. No, this is just field. Object is var, field is data. Did I call it data? I think I called it data, right? Else case is return false. Some. So we don't have compare. Let's say an expression compare of operator. This is like compare operator, left hand side. Expression, right hand side is expression. Compare up, left hand side, right hand side. This is just going to print fmt this. Wasn't Twitch chat originally built on IRC protocol? Yes, but they deprecated it. They use the different API now. They still exist, the IRC, so yeah. Hello. They probably will not delete it, but who knows. Print expression. Precedence is compare argument. Left hand side, print compare operator, and print the right hand side. Compare op is like less or equal greater or equal, greater, and then there's also the not equal, I guess. By the way, should I use the triple equalities here in the JavaScript when I'm like just doing the booleans? I mean, this is not booleans, this is symbols that I'm comparing in this case. I don't know. So I should always use this? Like, there's no reason for me to use the double equality, right? That probably will be called something else, maybe. PHP's forum always complains when it's not triple equal to be type safe. Do you still use the double equality somewhere? Double equality was a mistake, you don't use it anywhere? Okay. Okay, let's see if this works. It compiles. I think I forgot something. Line 180. Oh yeah, and then like the actual pattern matching. So I know how to check if we match, but we don't actually match, right? So we already checked the label, basically. In this case, we don't care about the label anymore. We only need to like match the data now. So we just do pattern match. The pattern is going to be value pattern, unless it's none, right? So like, yeah, we do like value pattern. If it's none, then I just don't need to do anything. But if it is some value pattern, then we need to pattern match a value pattern against the actual value, and like the actual value is field where object is read place and field is data, right? That's not exactly that, by the way. Let me see how I did this here. Value, read place, this dot data. Because this dot data is giving me the actual data, but I want the reference to it. So does match. This should be behind like place of that. And maybe I can do it without copy paste too. Who knows? So we have this field and we do place of this field, right? Label span, this can be ignored. All right, let's do this. Let's see if this works. Okay, I think it worked. Okay, we have generated 339 lines of JavaScript already. Pattern matching on exhaustive. It seems like, by the way, if when I'm printing the raising, let me just fix this immediately. When I'm doing the raise, wait, isn't there supposed to be a space here? Oh wait, it's probably, is this the formatter? Oh, the formatter actually removes the space here. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, sure. Erase. Unreachable code detected. That's fine though. We generate this error even although the pattern match is always going to match something. Because we just say if true here, return null. Yeah, okay. So here's our example. We're doing this. If option is some message. Let's also do here if opt is none, then print none. Okay, well, why does this not work? Line 306. Oh, we have expression match as a statement, which was not like that before. But I mean, all we need to do is that if we have this as a statement, we just need to do the expression here, which is transpile expression. This is a singular statement. Okay, so that works, but we did not get into this thing. Well, I mean, this is just match opt. Some a print a none print. Oh my god, I'm used to a camel now. Oh no. I don't do width here, do I? Oh, I did do width. Oh, okay. Forgot about my own syntax, I guess. Hello, Pigorly. So if I say over here that this is just none, instead of some high, opt is none. We can just do that. Mutate it, and then it's going to be none. All right. Pattern matching works. It seems. Does it work recursively? I mean, it should work recursively. Let's like, what's the complex pattern? I mean, we need to like test the trips then that they work, right? I don't know. We can just follow with the standard library and see what is missing. Line 163. By ref mut. Okay, so we need to like pattern match by reference. Okay, that's actually yeah, okay. So what we want to be able to do is something like this, right? So we have option, which is some high, right? And then we this is mutable, right? So what we want is I want to like match opt with dbg print opt. Let's just say that if option is some ref mut value, then we can say that value is equal to hacked or something. So this is just like in Rust. We are pattern matching by reference. We don't have a match ergonomics yet, like in Rust, where you could like match over here with a reference mat, but we do this. Just like in old Rust. So this should pattern match by reference here, and this value. Wait, hold on. Why does it say value is a string? This is wrong. Wait, over here it's a string, but over here it's a reference to string. Like, that's what it's supposed to be, a mutable reference to a string. It seems like this is a problem in my LSP. It's not like telling me this thing correctly, because I guess because it's a pattern. We are matching a string, but we're capturing it by reference. It's just like a little weird that I'm hovering on the variable name and it's showing me that. Anyway. So we just do it in the transpiler. If we do it by ref here, and I'm doing the pattern match, well, we just have the reference. We just don't claim the place. The place itself is already the reference, and we don't care about mutability. This literally is my thing. Well, I mean, in any case, we let this, where value is going to be matching. If we claim, then we claim the place, but if we do by reference, then we just return the place. That's all. Right? We ignore the mutability for now. Everything is mutable. There you go. So there you go. We have hacked this thing. Okay, nice. Hello world. What is the next thing? What time is it? Actually, it's like pretty late. We've done a lot of progress, but there is a lot more that we need. Wait, hold on. It says CMP is not found. What? Wait, what? That makes no sense. CMP is not found over here in A equal to B. Oh, is that... Wait, it's because of the target dependent branch, right? Or something, I'm not sure. Something is not found when I'm evaluating something. That's very weird. But yeah, I think we can delay the other progress for some other day. This is already really good. Hopefully, like, the way I'm generating this code is not going to be as bad performance-wise as my actual interpreter. This is probably hurting performance, right? Well, that I'm generating basically for every variable a function, get, and set. You would like more progress? Can you do the progress for me, Pigorly? This is pretty straightforward what I've been doing today. Like, I don't really like the compilation. The transpilation is really easy. Too much encapsulation. How much faster? What do you mean, how much faster? This is also, though, very easy to optimize by just looking at the generated JavaScript, because we just have the object that is so like set can be removed if we just constructing the not mutable values, which we have the information about that already. And then if we like construct the object like this, and then we get the field out of it, this can be like collapsed into like this thing immediately. And like, yeah, we can like optimize this code easily. Cast runtime, the JavaScript runtime. No, well, I mean, if I like, if you transpile by hand, then JavaScript runtime is like 1,000 times faster than my current interpreter, of course. Remember when we, in the Advent of Code, I don't know if you were here, but in Advent of Code, when I was solving this, for one of the days, day 10 maybe, yeah, for day 10, I wrote the program in cast. We started running it, and it was running for like 30 minutes or something like this. But then we just used ChatGPT to transpile this to JavaScript. Before the actual transpiler was written, we could transpile with ChatGPT, and that just ran in like half a second. So I think it's literally 1,000 times slower. And by the way, and since then, I made my interpreter even slower because I implemented new features. So it's probably like 1 billion times faster JavaScript than my interpreter. Let's commit. Happy New Year, guys. Happy upcoming New Year. I'm not sure that I'm going to be streaming in December again. Unless I find a little bit of time tomorrow. In the morning, probably then. I've quit streaming for 2025. Probably. Alright. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Bye.